out of the Big Easy and into your cab. This is Rogaine Radio, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios with your host, the wild man of trucking himself, Jimmy Mack.
The wild man of trucking himself. I don't know if I've done anything wild enough to actually earn that nomenclature. Said Madison with a T. Cross that T, dot that I. Give us a call at 615-292-6366. The time has come to Dre. Phone Master Dre, actually, after many years of being in the ditches, the trenches, and heading up and down the road, is actually getting some long, finally needed West and wee-waxation at West. If you're listening on Facebook, if you're listening on iHeart, if you're listening on Odyssey, if you are listening on the tube of you as our friends Chowder and Joe J, and of course Andre Thibodeau along with Bruce Almighty, well, good morning to you from Road Gang Radio in the heart of the Crescent City, over in the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House. Let me take care of this really quickly. Fastport, by the way, who has been responsible for so many great things over the last week, including a terrific party that we had just a couple of days ago. Our good friend Lindsay LaRue, Lindsay Lawler, double L, has gone back to Nashville. She is safely ensconced. Our good friend Nick DeMeo is over in Tampa. Tara Garris, the Turtle, who will be with us at the end of the show for Breaker Talkback. She, in fact, is back in Clarksville. I'll give you that address in a second here. But let's get back to Fastport here. They're solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. If you got friends out there who still haven't hit the like button and subscribe over at YouTube, let them do that right now. Let's take care of that. You guys are all now my recruiters out there. And you ain't got to lie. You can tell them it don't cost you nothing. It gives you all kinds of great content. You can catch up on what you missed. We also can be found in the aftermath on the Spotify. I can't make that one work. The Phi of Spot.
The Phi of
Spot. The Dora of Pan. Mm-hmm. Open that Pandora's box, by the way. You might find RadioNemo crawling someplace in there. Even on platforms where we supposedly have been unplatformed, you can find us. Do yourself a little fun. Go to the previous platform. Go into the app and type in Road Gang Radio. Type in Nemo Nation. You might be surprised at who's lurking around there as well. We got a great show for you, by the way. Racked, packed, and stacked. Our friends from Truckdown are going to be here in short order after the good Pastor John gives you a bracing cup of Java. Ed Garston, who normally is a regular contributor for Nemo Nation, regular contributor actually over at Forbes. He is going to be joining us in short order at 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. And then our good friend Terry Taylor. It's Tea Time with Terry Taylor at 1313 Mockingbird Toys. This is really cool. If you check out his socials right now, he found himself one of the rarest toys you possibly can. By the way, Madison, he found himself the spider's head from The Thing.
Ooh.
Remember the spider's head, the one that crawls from under the table and sets off the greatest line in the entire film? You got to be effing kidding me. He found a life-size one. I mean, I'm talking about a real, the toy of it. If you go to his socials, by the way, on Facebook, you can see it. I'm going to be talking to him about that urge that you have when you're in a toy store like he does to keep or to sell, to be like, well, I've got this now, it's mine. I'll be talking with Terry Taylor about that and much, much more. You can also call during that, by the way. That's one of the glorious things, too. And then The Future Was Yesterday. We'll close out our section on making a living here on Road Gang Radio. By the way, in case you guys didn't guess, as you're probably beginning to put together now, Terry's talked about tariffs. Terry has talked about payroll. Terry has talked about when to have business hours, when not to have business hours. One of the reasons we actually have Terry in here, other than the fact that the stuff he has in his shop is really cool magoo, is that Terry's a really successful business owner and really does all of his own marketing. He does his own bookkeeping. He really kind of gets to the nitty gritty. I should give Liz, his wife, a really big shout out. She does a lot of that stuff as well, too. But I've always felt that what they do is that they run an owner-operator business in place, in the sense that while you're going up and down the road on 18 wheels in an office, Terry is doing much of the same stuff you're doing in regard to the bottom line from his offices in Lawrence, Kansas. And it's one of the biggest reasons we love having him on here. Tim Howells is going to be here, of course. He's got his own solo project. We'll be talking to him when Lindsay Lawler joins the show at 9 in the center, 10 in the east. And then, of course, Peter Stark, as always, returns to the show. We're so thrilled to have him back. It's The Last Empty Places with Peter Stark. And then Breaker Talk back with our good friend the Turtle will be on the scene. And country and western music news. Good morning to Marty Ellis. He's on Riggs on Route 66 in Miami. Hope everybody's having a great day. We hope so, too. Happy Friday, RGR, from our good friend, the Grumpy Pete. You know who that is. And Bruce Almighty says, good morning, hashtag RGR. Delivered in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and now headed back to Plainview, Texas. Lots of fun stuff going on today. You know, it's Thread the Needle Day.
Thread the Needle Day?
Thread the Needle Day. It's observed every July 25th. It has multiple ways to celebrate. And you know why? Because thread the needle has a lot of different meanings in the English language. So this day actually invites different kinds of celebrations depending upon what you prefer. I mean, many of you guys thread the needle when you're out there on the road. Many of you guys, when you have to make your way through mountain passes and inclement weather, you got to get the job done, but you also got to be safe, take care of yourself. That's a version of threading the needle. While the origins of the idiom and the subsequent day that we're talking about are a mystery, we do know that it's been used for more than 70 years. We know for a fact threading the needle is a fairly frequent usage in sports reporting, and many have also used it actually in the literal sense. As for the history of sewing with needles, archaeologists believe a form of sewing has been around since the prehistoric age. Early men needed to tie together animal skins, and they probably used thorns and sharpened rocks to do so. What archaeologists have discovered, and this is really cool, is needles made of bone dating back hundreds of years across various countries, and it suggests that humans have been threading the needle for an incredibly long time. The precursor to the sewing needle was a form of wire made of gold and bronze, and by the 10th century, needle making saw a breakthrough with the introduction of steel, and the needle working industry developed in full swing. Can you sew a button?
I can actually, yeah. I took home ec, and also my Nana has been sewing my entire life. So anytime I need something altered, I take it to her. And when I was little, I used to make like doll clothes out of socks and stuff like that. So I am probably one of the few people who actually does know how to
Thread the
sew.
needle.
I can thread the needle.
You can thread the and by the way, this is important. I really think that I'm so glad to hear that. By the way, all of you out there listening, saying they need to go back to teaching home ec. They need to go back to teaching driving in the schools. They do.
They do. Yeah.
There's a lot of places that do, guys. That's what you do is somebody goes and finds one story about how somebody's cutting their home ec program and then runs a big viral campaign to show you how kids these days don't know nothing.
Mm-hmm. It's like, well, you're not teaching us anything.
I will tell you. Oh, thank you. That's nicely done. I will tell you this. I think that more kids are learning more things. And I think when people say Generation Z doesn't know, the millennials don't know, what I think they're really saying is a bunch of really rich kids who, don't do anything with their time. That's what I think they mean.
Yeah.
It's always aimed at a particular It's weird because nobody ever calls the kids that cross the Tigris and the Euphrates and push ISIS back into Syria millennials.
Yeah.
Nobody ever does that,
Yeah, there's like an air of like entitlement about it.
Anytime somebody says a millennial, anytime somebody, well, it used to, now it's like now millennials are angry at Zs. Anytime anybody says Z, what they really mean is college campus. Let's be really clear. They mean college campus and got a car you didn't earn. That's what they mean. They don't mean all those kids. They don't mean all those people because, after all, people keep joining the military. People keep becoming firemen. People keep becoming, law enforcement officers. People keep building buildings and all that kind of groovy stuff. And it's not getting done by 80-year-olds.
Yeah.
I've always felt that. I hear these young kids today. No. Why don't you just rephrase the statement? These young kids on TV protesting something I don't like. These young kids taking the cinnamon challenge. I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to. It's freaky, feisty, flinty, ferociously fun Friday here on Road Gang Radio, and lots of our friends are jumping into the conversation, making the miracle happen. Our friends from Truck Down are going to get here in a second. I'll do the introduction and the honors. We do have to take a moment here. Take a deep breath and do our pledge, our national anthem, and a little bracing cup of Java with Pastor John. I'm going to keep repeating this as if it is my mantra, though. Weekends at RadioNemo.com. Weekends at RadioNemo.com. If you have a Boy Scout troop, a Girl Scout troop, Weeblos, Cub Scouts, Brownies, if you have a Little League team, a karate dojo full of kids who are, basically running around the school, chopping chairs up, if you've got any group of kids who have a little patriotism in their heart, who want to get together and say the Pledge of Allegiance and do a little MP3, send it to us. We will actually take it, clean it up, and make it part of our opening process. We'll give them the shout out. They can listen to it. We'll send them the tape of us giving them a shout out. You get the idea. Come on, guys. You know some kids out there who are willing to make that miracle happen. In the meantime, I turn to Madison now in her first solo effort at the production booth. And by the way, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to screw everything up.
Oh, cool.
No, that's really cool, though. You're going to screw it all up. It's like I told Lindsay.
I love failing.
But no, it's not failing. It's
no, yeah, I say that in a you have to fail. I was being literal because you do have to fail in order to learn.
In a very Samuel Beckett way.
Yes.
Fail, try again, fail again,
exactly.
Fail better, fail upward. No, it's going to be like a CYO basketball tournament. You have two ways to kind of look at it. As a big, sloppy, glorious mess of an afternoon where you have a great time, or as something where you're wondering why, some 11-year-old kid can't shoot the threes.
Have you seen, there's this animated movie that I grew up with called Meet the Robinsons.
Yeah.
You've seen it, right?
Yeah, of course.
And so when I said, yay, I failed, and there's a scene in that movie where that exact thing happens. Like the kid protagonist fails and the Robinson family's like, yay, you failed. And he's like, what do you mean? And then that's when they teach the lesson to the kids. And so that's always kind of stuck with me.
I've always said this. I'll say it again. Insanity, the definition, is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
Yep.
Except it's the same definition as practice and rehearsal. Mm-hmm. And everybody always says, but you're not doing the same thing. I'm like, exactly. It's if you're trying to change one thing at a time, you're going to keep on failing until you decide that you have failed the best you can and then move on to the next failure. All right, Madison, without further ado or don't, fail us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I hope and pray that you had a peaceful night. I pray that everything went well for you. But I know you're trying to get out of that truck because today is Friday. Hey, I want to look at something real quick with you. It's found in Psalms 4, verse 8. And I want you to, I just need you to listen to it because it's going to help you. I promise you it's going to help you. Psalm says it like this: in peace I will lay down and sleep, for you alone, Lord, makes me dwell in safety. Psalms 4, verse 8. In peace I will lie down and sleep, for you alone, Lord, make me dwell in safety. You know what just happened then? He said the reason why you toss and turn and can't sleep at night, because you don't have any peace. When you experience the peace of God, the songwriter says you will lie down and sleep. He said, in peace I will lie down and sleep, for you alone, Lord, make me dwell in safety. And you won't be nervous, and you won't be afraid, and watch it, and you won't be anxious. Why? Because you're at peace. Enjoy your Friday. And hey, and don't forget, be safe out there. God bless you.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen. That was Java with Pastor John. Are you feeling at peace, Jimmy? You getting a good night's rest?
I feel like I will be able to enjoy my Friday once we get to about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, take a deep breath.
I'm going to probably go swimming this afternoon. We've been, and no full disclosure, guys. I don't talk about my boat on the show because I don't own one. I don't talk about my motorcycle on the show. I don't own one. I do every once in a while talk about R&R, not just as a way of letting you know what I'm going to do. I want to remind you guys that when you can find that 34, when you can find that time at home, to really make some space, by the way. You get home faster, by the way, if you have a good service provider. See what I did there? Also, I usually tell you about the National Day of and then remind you it's brought to you by truckdown.com. You can get back to the celebration often when you go to truckdown.com and download that app. If you are, in fact, have somebody that actually gives you the maintenance that you need out there on the road, you actually can find that you can get back home and celebrate Thread the Needle Day. Bob Taves is joining us this morning, and it is so good to have him back. And we enjoy so much figuring out creative ways that we can work in your product and remind people of what a great job you do out there. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Well, good morning. Doing real good here, and thank you for the invite to chat a bit.
So I actually have I've said your copy so much that I actually can say it in different orders and flip flop at which point information comes. But I thought we'd actually dive deeper this morning and really talk about the scope and size of what Truckdown does. I mean, we're talking about not just, a couple of hundred or a couple of thousand here in regards to connecting fleets, no matter how big you are or how small you are. We're talking about a lot of providers out there. Can you give us a sense, in the 50 states and the 8 provinces, how many actual providers are available for the men and women out there who are driving?
Well, we maintain a database of over 40,000 qualified service providers. These are companies that do service, whether it's repairs, tires, maintenance, etc., for Class 8 highway tractor trailers. So, our coverage is coast to coast and right across Canada.
And I wanted to ask you a question, too, because the providers as well actually use the app. They're the ones who get into the system. And to give our friends out there a sense of reassurance, tell us how everybody in regards to truckdown.com is kind of involved in vetting the situation of making sure that good providers are available to the men and women who drive across the country.
Well, it's absolutely essential to have access to service. Trucks don't conveniently break down in the shop. Half the time they're out on the road someplace. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Our job, it's a pretty simple job in the way you describe it, but our job is to make sure that when you have a unit down someplace, and then, you could be an owner-operator operation, you could have 500 trucks, broke down is broke down. You need to be able to reach quickly and accurately a service provider that can help in the area where you are, when you are. That, in a nutshell, is what we do. We focus our time on making sure that we're working with the vendors themselves, that we have the right service information, we have the right addresses, we have the right phone numbers, and we also really depend on the fleets themselves. They will frequently report if we have a phone number out of service or some problem with a business that's closed. The industry reports it to us, and we have a very simple mechanism for them to be able to do that. So it's a case of everybody helping themselves here a little bit. Accurate information, connecting with qualified vendors, get those trucks moving again. That's our our world in a nutshell.
Well, and it's great, too, in the sense that you've had a lot of time to kind of experiment with this. We're in 2025. In 2 years, it will actually be the 30th anniversary of Truckdown. You guys have been doing this gig since January of 1997. Can you talk about those early days? Because that really is at the height of the .com boom. And there's a lot of places that got that .com who don't or .com anymore. You guys have hung out since. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's really something kind of spectacular about this, because 1997 really is the height of the boom 90s, of the internet boom. And a lot of people launched and a lot of people went away. You guys have gotten off the pad and into orbit.
Yeah, I got to say, the first 3 years were pretty much a non-event. We spent a lot of that time just collecting the vendor information, calling vendors, verifying things. And then, a lot of times in 97, we would go to a fleet and say, hey, use our great service. You can find vendors. And they'd go, what's the internet? These were the days of dial-up modems. Not everybody had a cell phone in their pocket that was connected to the web. So it took time, but once the transport industry started to catch on to the use of emails and websites and so on, then it was a matter of listening to the customers. I'll give you an example. We're rolling out a massive increase in our ability to provide heavy-duty glass repair, mobile services. So we needed nationwide coverage. We've been working with some great companies to establish that. And the idea being, windshields break. You don't always have time to take it into the shop. Well, we know that. We listen to what the fleets tell us, and that's why we're still in business. We listen to our customers. We've had... Mm-hmm.
I was going to say that listening to your customers too is really kind of the crucial thing, and I wanted to ask a follow-up question that actually relates to what you're saying. Can you talk a little bit about? There's always a moment when you're doing a business, when you've started up something new, and the early days are always so much kind of grinding work, so much kind of research work, and you talked about just now the idea of the transportation industry catching on to what you guys were up to. Do you remember the moment that the engine on truckdown.com really turned over? I mean, I know that you and Stan did so much work together in the early days. At what point does the engine turn over and you guys kind of go, you know what, I think we really got something going on here?
I would say year 3. By that time, the use of the internet in general had really started to pick up speed. Businesses of all shapes and sizes were discovering, the power of being able to communicate with email, being able to go to a website to get information. And, it's not that we did a meteoric rise to fame and glory here. This has been a slow, steady growth. And it's good because it's allowed us to grow with the industry. And I have to emphasize how important from both the fleet side and the vendor side, that input that we receive, countless sources of it, have driven the business. And what you see today in Truckdown is a reflection of really where the industry is at from a tech point of view, if you want to look at it that way.
I'm sorry. I get so excited because I love this app, and I just kind of keep on kind of going through it to kind of figure out different stuff inside of it. And the thing is, too, is that you're only as good as your partners. My good friend Dean Croak is listening this morning, and he loves to say that. You have 40,000 partners, and not just those 40,000 partners. It's all the truck drivers. It is all the fleets. It is all the managers and all of those folks. You basically have to kind of put together a mosaic of what this industry looks like and look for, you guys have to go through the data of anecdote and comment to begin to kind of figure out how you can always tweak and make Truckdown better. That is a lot of content to kind of evaluate and go through, a lot of data points. How do you keep up with it?
Well, combination of things. I've got a fantastic team that works for us. We're data accuracy fanatics. If a phone number fails, we're on it. If a fleet tells us, hey, I couldn't reach this guy, we're checking to see what their hours of operation are. A customer described Truckdown to me one time like this. He says, you know what you guys are? You're a dating app. You're a dating app for the heavy trucking and repair industry. And I kind of laughed, and I thought about that for a minute, and I go, you're not wrong. We are in business to connect parties that need each other. I got a broken truck, you got a service unit that you can send out to fix it. Sort of a date, if you want to think of it that way. But so yeah, maintenance of it is massive. We have both technological ways that we check and verify and confirm our information is right. We use everything from satellite maps to a simple report saying, hey, I think this business got sold. We even monitor media. You'll see big acquisitions in a newspaper. We respond to that. So, but a lot of it is just pick up the phone and check. We do an awful lot of that.
It's funny because you are such a modern company. 1997, we come in right at the height of the dot-com boom. You actually move successfully through the dot-com bust and kind of what I call the stabilization of the internet. But from what I'm also hearing, Bob Taves, who joins us this morning from truckdown.com, what I'm also hearing is it's just old school business practices. It is just staying in touch with the human factor, because for all that data and for all that entry, if there aren't human beings actually active and present for all of this stuff, none of it makes a difference. You have the best system in the world. If there aren't people actually on the other end of those data points, it's not going to make that much of a difference. You guys really have an old school model in a very modern technology. Is that fair?
I think that really is. If I'm a driver on the side of a road at 2:00 in the morning, and I use a truck down app to call a vendor, and that vendor's phone number doesn't work or has been out of business for 5 years, that's a fail on our part. And it's people that make those decisions. It's people that do the follow-up to make sure we get that information right. Technology is wonderful. We're a tech company by many ways you look at it, but at the end of the day, if somebody isn't talking to that vendor, if somebody isn't responding to that fleet, no computer, and I'm afraid AI isn't filling in that blank for us yet. So, yeah, it's an old school model. I would really agree with that.
We're almost out of time here, by the way. I want to point out a couple of things to give you a chance, too, is that it's full integration. The website and the search apps, all of this stuff actually is inseparable with the GPS systems and all of that stuff. Like, I want to make sure I really emphasize the modernity of the technology as well, too. You guys are on the cutting edge to make sure that people understand where they are and where the people who are meant to help them. I would almost say it's not a dating app. I would say it's a dating app when somebody else stands you up. It's the person who comes in and saves you. It's the person you've been looking for all your life. Talk a little bit about the integration, and I'll let you get out of here.
Fair enough. Anything you can do on our website, you can put in your pocket on your phone with the app and take with you. That's absolutely critical that we have that ability to go from office to truck cab. With the GPS providers, what we're doing there is regularly feeding updated vendor information into the system's, truck-specific GPS devices. We provide free lifetime updates to the owners of those devices. And those updates are bundled with map updates and things like that. We don't control exactly when that is updated, but it's done, our data is pumped out there on a literally daily basis. So it's so important that no matter where you go, whether you're using the app, whether you're using the GPS, whether you're sitting at your desktop, it's all the same, and it all links together to work basically to support the fleets.
I want you to go have the best of weekends, by the way, because you deserve one, because so many people have actually had good weekends because they've been able to get home for the weekend because they've gone to truckdown.com. Bob, you're welcome back anytime. Bob Taves is the president of Truckdown Info International Incorporated. It is so great to have you. Go to truckdown.com. Thank you, Bob. Happy Friday.
Hey, and thank you. I really appreciate it. You have a great weekend.
You too, sir. I got to tell you, Madison, love me some Truck Down. Like I said, I like all of our sponsors. Don't get me wrong. Dave Nemo is a stickler for the vetting process, and we want to make sure that you guys can trust the people that we trust. That's why we do it. Here's some other people we trust. We'll come back on the other side with Ed Garston. I think you're doing great so far. The mistakes are yet to come with Madison. They'll be here, though. I'll make a couple myself. It is Gang Radio.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today. Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
And we are back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio. Let's rejoin your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Big Easy.
Big shout out to our friend Brad Bentley, who's out there saying hi to everybody this morning. Big shout out to Gina Molinex, who is out there saying good morning as well. Good morning to you, Gina. It was great to see you. Our friend Jerry Bowers is making his rounds on the tube of you. Great to see you as well, Jerry. I promise you from now on, I will tell you the next party is happening at 1900, 1800. 20 hours. I'll let you know. I'll talk in naval terms for you. I'll make sure, by the way. And by the way, I told my brother the other day, still picking on the Marine, that I met one of the guys who was there to give him a ride to the places he needed to go. Hey, guys, you can also give us a call at 615-292-6366. Stay in the conversation. Stay in the chat. Make the miracle happen. Ed Garston, by the way, one of the great things about this new platform but also has been kind of crazy is that Madison, I wanted to let you know, you are learning the new format and the new programming at the same speed that everybody else on the air and everybody else in studio other than my mad mind.
Yeah.
So when I dreamed up Nemo Nation, when Dave and I sat down and talked about it, I wanted to create kind of this waypoint, this rendezvous point for journalists, influencers, industry experts to kind of come in for about 10 to 15 minutes, kind of say their piece, let people know what was going on, and then just kind of hurdle them through time and space onto the next person. Give people kind of a check-in point on Mondays, have their coffee, figure out what to check out and where to go. We gamble here at Radio Nemo that because of the way the new streaming services, the new platforms are, we're not competing against anybody. There are a few people who think they're competing against us and keep trying to lay radioactive waste to our supply lines. But most people out there know we're not in a zero-sum game. We're in a, if I like your content and you like mine, we go both in both directions.
Right.
One of the things, though, that we don't get a chance to do because we've actually now built up a number of guests on Nemo Nation that drop in on a regular basis. They get their 10 minutes and they're gone. People don't get a chance to know them. You're going to get that chance today as we continue our conversation with Ed Garston. He's a Metro Detroit-based reporter. He covers auto and mobility. He's covered the stand-up strikes against the Detroit 3 automakers at the UAW, urban air mobility and the rise of autonomous trucking. How about that, huh? He previously led auto coverage at CNN at its Detroit bureau as the Detroit Bureau Chief from 1989 to 2000 and headed Fiat Chrysler's digital communications from 2005 to 2016, which means he has worked on all sides of the aisle on this issue. He earned his Master's of Journalism at the University of Arizona, and he's got a great podcast, Tales from the Beat, looking at news and public relations from both sides of the business. I wanted to kind of talk a little bit more, Ed, about you today. I know there was some stuff we left on the table the last time we spoke, but I wanted to give people a chance to know you because your coverage of electric vehicle and all the other kind of groovy stuff. Good morning to you, my friend.
Morning to you, Jimmy. It's a pleasure to be with you.
Well, first of all, let's kind of get down to brass tacks. I love talking process and reporters, and I wanted to give our listeners a sense, too, of reporters, regardless of whatever they're covering, have certain kind of fundamental things they have to do in adherence to the truth, checking sources, multiplying sources. But I wanted to talk to you as somebody who actually understands journalism, not just in your own field, but others. What are some of the differences when you work in mobility and transportation from other forms of journalism? Each one has a tweak to it.
It sure does. Before I started covering autos for many, many years, I was a general assignment reporter, so I covered everything from murders to natural disasters, plane crashes, politics, showbiz, whatever. And it's all very different, but the difference I find in mobility, and especially in the automotive field, is that the reporters on the beat are so educated that the competition is so difficult. They have developed great inside sources, so they know what's going on. You go to a news conference or any media event related to mobility, these reporters aren't asking surface questions. They already have a lot of the information because they've studied the subject. They've gone in full bore. And I got to tell you, it's very intimidating. When I was transferred up to Detroit from Atlanta by CNN back in '89, I didn't know much about the auto industry except what a general, person might know about cars and trucks and things like that. And I had to do an interview with Ford's top numbers cruncher on a sales story, and he was about to retire. He's a crusty guy, and he said, "Do you know anything?" I said, "No, not yet." I said, "But I'm willing to learn." He goes, "That's good. You shut up and listen to me and then report what I say." And that was my introduction to the auto industry. And I found that, yes, that the auto industry is very open as long as you're modest. Admit what you don't know. Don't act like a hot shot. Keep your ears and eyes open, but ask a lot of questions and become educated, because the competition and, of course, people in the industry are very, very knowledgeable, and they're very quick to call you on it when you've reported something that isn't accurate.
The other thing I have discovered, and by the way, I did both in-field coverage for a number of news services, but I also ended up being, because I got so kind of not traumatized but exhausted by doing I don't want to call it real news as opposed to non-news. I worked in entertainment as well. The one thing I found in entertainment that was similar to what I was doing in country and in field was I discovered that you have to become a historian at some point. If you cover a beat long enough, there's a point where you can't keep looking forward at what's next, but you're always looking for what a playwright would call exposition. And the idea is you need to get background, and you need to begin to figure out how much of the information you need to know as a reporter to know where to go looking, but also how much of the job is informing the listener what the backstory is to kind of keep them up to date about what the story going on is. That's right, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's what we know is institutional knowledge from being on a beat for a long time and knowing what's news and what's not news and what context any sort of latest development might be, because you do get a lot of PR people that are pitching you stories as news, but if you've been on the beat long enough, you can pretty much and very quickly weed out what's news or what's just a repeat of something that happened in the past, and it's not really news, and they're just trying to sell you a story to get their company in the paper or on the air. So you're right, Jimmy. You do need to have that background and a sense of history so you can make the best judgments about a story and put it in the proper historical context.
I'll tell you something else, too, because what has happened is there's a lot of companies that have caught on in regards to PR rather than writing what I call that kind of fake radio voice PR, which is, we got a great deal for you. We got amazing things happening over here. A lot of people, and I don't know if our friends out there have noticed this, we'll get information on the PR wire, and Dave and I will talk for a full hour about, okay, what here is real and what here is just a really dazzling PR representative who knows how to write a PR story as if I was reading a news article. And one of the reasons I ask you that, Ed, is I am deeply enamored with letting our listeners know how to read a news story and go, that's not news. I don't mean fake news, but that is a very selectively edited PR piece that has simply been released on Wire. Can you kind of tip off our listeners to what they should look for?
Sure. Look for a story that's too overly obviously promotional. That seems like it's an advertisement in sheep's clothing. If within the story you don't see outside analysis from a third or fourth party that's not connected directly with the company that the news is about, then what's happened is that story is basically you're just parroting a press release. And it's funny, I do media training for companies on occasion through PR agencies, and it's amazing how people within corporations don't understand the difference between a news release and a news story. They think that they're one and the same, and that, of course, is not true. A news release is something that is a one-sided piece of document that's to promote a company or service or product or whatever, but a news story is supposed to be an objective exercise so that the public gets an even-handed view of a situation. So people have to look for that. If it seems just a little bit too good to be true, a little too positive without the sort of mitigating opinions and analysis in there, then you know that you're looking pretty much at a well-written news release.
I am actually going to give our friend Ed Garston a little bit of praise here. The article over in Forbes I'm referring to, by the way, from July 24th is Steves & Sons partners with Bot Auto for driverless deliveries. And, of course, that's a big deal for the people that are listening right now. And I'll give people the lead. Door and millwork manufacturer Steves & Sons, Inc. is entering a pilot program with autonomous trucking technology startup Bot Auto, the company's announced Thursday. I'll get to it in a second here, but there's something not late in the story, but about the midpoint of the story that actually gives away the fact that this is not PR. But tell people a little bit about the story, and then I'll give people the line that really lets you know that this is actually an analysis and looking at what's going on as opposed to just giving Steves & Sons and Bot Auto a big shout-out. Talk about the story a little bit.
Sure. So Steves & Sons, they make doors and millwork for construction, and they're based in San Antonio, and they entered an agreement with Bot Auto, which is a company I actually profiled back in the spring. It's a startup. The CEO is actually the former CEO of Too Simple, and he was actually let go from that company. It's a whole big legal mess, and I won't get into that. But anyway, he started this thing, and it's an autonomous technology company. So they take existing trucks and they apply their autonomous technology so the trucks can drive by themselves. And so Steves & Sons is trying, with just a few units, some deliveries within Texas, between, I believe, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, to make some deliveries using trucks with bots, autonomous technology. So that, and I have to tell you that this was an unusual thing. I was just given this release at the last minute by my editor. And generally, when I do a story, I make sure I'm able to do interviews and things ahead of time. But this was like 8 o'clock at night, and he said, "Oh, it's embargoed till the next morning." And I had just a few hours to write the story, and that's all I had was the release.
And of course, by the way,
I had interviewed the
Go ahead,
CEO from Bot back in May, so I had some additional material to work through.
And by the way, I didn't even have to point it out, guys. You got it in the sense that to simply craft a story from the press release would have left out the previous research that you did. It also, the word is, and by the way, it's a neutral word, but it is a apt description of what happened, was forced out at Too Simple. He was forced out at Too Simple. And it's interesting because you have so little space to kind of work with. And believe me, Ed, I can relate. This is a wonderful review, Jimmy. This is a wonderful story you're telling here. Now can you get this down to 750 words?
Right.
And you're at 1,400. And that's a painful thing. So you have to pick your words very, very carefully. And that word was forced. That word was forced, and you have to let a simple single word communicate to that. But the simple presence of that word, and I'm getting into the weeds here for our listeners to help them understand. There is no PR release that says joining bot from being forced out at Too Simple. You would never write that in a press release. Those are the kind of signifiers you're looking for, right?
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, this is interesting. When I did the interview with the gentleman, and he was giving me his history, he made it sound as if he left voluntarily. That he said, "Oh, I had a disagreement about the direction of the company and blah blah." And when I initially wrote that story, I was contacted by people from the former Too Simple. They'd become this AI company, gaming AI company, and said, "Well, you know what? That guy was blowing smoke at you. We actually fired him." And they said, "Maybe you want to adjust your story." And so it's interesting. You have to. Sometimes it's just stuff you don't know until you do know.
I'm curious. And did you go back to him and say, "Hey, there's been a"? Did you go back for a clarification? Like I said, I'm getting into the weeds here, but like I said, this is the kind of thing about being a careful reader, because so many of the men and women is why we do Nemo Nation and why we have these long form conversations. I want to train listeners not to be, think the way I think. I want them to train them to think the way they need to think in order to really kind of comprehend what is actual news and what is simply fluff.
Yeah, in this case we didn't, because there's a larger legal issue that's probably going to demand a separate story, in which I will have to go back and do a much more extensive interview with him on the legal issue, and also talk to the folks that I guess you would call the plaintiffs in the suit. So it's that's something I don't want to give away too much, but that's something that I'm going to have to look at, because we've sort of broached the subject, and I think our readers are due a much more in-depth explanation of really what's going on.
And that, by the way, sets up my next question. Very nicely done, in the sense that I read something really funny the other day, and somebody said news is actually old news that enough people haven't read yet. And I think that's really interesting, too, because there have been things that have happened where there has been a scandal or there has been an event or an incident that kind of blows by people's radar because something else was happening. I always think about the famous thing that people don't realize, that the Catholic Church scandals that happened in the mid-2000s actually had happened earlier, but 9/11's timing removes it from the front page before it can really get any momentum. And there have been a couple of celebrities who have been called out, but nobody heard it until somebody else got on a platform and did it once again. How do you keep a story in place where you understand that there is a follow-up to be had, but you can't quite get to it at that time because another story takes priority over it? And when do you decide to then bring the other story back to light?
Sure. Great question. What I try to do is, just because of the nature of the way people consume news today, which is people don't look at the front page of a newspaper anymore, go buy the newspaper box and throw a quarter in and buy one. It's all about AI, Google search, and what people are searching for at this moment is how a lot of news decisions are made now. So what I try to do is, these people say that are perpetrating this legal action against the gentleman from Bot. I tell them, the next time you have a development in the story, you see it coming, give me a heads up. We'll prepare the story so that we can have it locked and loaded and ready to go out when this thing is happening. Because when it's happening, that's when people are searching for the story. If nothing's happening, no one's searching for it necessarily. So it's a whole different way of the news business has changed now. Even the way you see headlines, the cute wordplay you used to use for headlines is out the window because Google and the algorithms don't understand wordplay. So you have to write things pretty straight and use keywords that people are searching for in your headlines and even your leads. So it's a whole new ball game. But that's what you do. You kind of wait for a time when you think people are going to be searching for that story or subject, and that's the time to trigger a story.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, by the way. I kept thinking about that because even my brain has changed. When we repost on YouTube, Tara will write me and say, "Hey, I need something really quick and sharp to kind of be up there." And my brain has to go to two things. So I call the SEO girl, and she and I talk about where I'm like, okay, so how do I use the keywords? Number one, number two, more importantly, how do I keep this as short as possible while at the same time communicating what I need to communicate? I will tell you, it is kind of heartbreaking. The lost art of a great headline is just absolutely heartbreaking, but it's something that people have to do. I'm actually interested to see, Ed, if people can figure out a way to bring any artistry, and there are people who are trying back to that while still acknowledging the keywords and the clarity of it as well. Do you see a time when a certain level of artistry kind of seeps its way back into the way internet news is actually kind of disseminated?
Well, I think so, because you know what happens. As a game changes, you learn to play it better. So we're still, in the scheme of things, if you sort of zoom out into the cosmos, you say that, well, it feels like we've had the Internet forever and we've had this forever, but we haven't. And we're still learning how to play. When I'm putting a story on Forbes' website, their back end, I have exactly a maximum of 170 characters to express the headline. And there's a little icon I have to click, and it'll tell me if I did a good job in maximizing it for SEO, and then suggest a better way of doing it. So I think as we get used to the way the game is played, and especially guys that have been around forever like me, I'm having to relearn it, where younger people, this is all they know. It's probably easier for them. I think it will. I think the artistry will come back once we just get better at it. And the way to get better at it is just to keep doing it and work at your art. And I'm sure you're going to see some very imaginative headlines evolve over time. And I think in some way it's already happening.
I'm going to go back to an earlier story to kind of go through this with our friends out there to kind of give example. EV sales on verge of acceleration, studies predict. That's from June 26th of just last month. So the idea, I'm going to ask you this question. So let's face it, EV sales, acceleration, all of these words are words that are going to kind of pop up on a search engine, right? I mean, so much of that. Yes. The next story after that is Trump eVTOL speed up, eVTOL, speed up orders effects seen at Archer Aviation Air. So the first word of that is Trump, which is an incredibly helpful thing when it comes to SEOs. It's an incredibly optimizing part of the engine as well, correct?
Very intentional. I think I wrote about 10 different versions of that headline, but you just go to Google Trends. You can put in 4, 5, 6 different terms in Google Trends and see what people are searching for. And it's a no-brainer. Trump's going to beat out everything. So I just reconstituted the headline to put his name first and then just figured out the rest after that. But eVTOLs, those are a popular topic for search, and it's the subject of the story. So between the two, you do check Google Trends, see what's spiking, and see what people are looking for, and try to get those words in your headline and in your lead, because the way Google looks at it when you're doing a search is if you have a keyword in your headline and it isn't in your lead, it's going to say, you're playing a game with me, and I'm not going to give you the ranking that you'd like. It's amazing.
I mean, and it's like I said, by the way, my producer is looking at me now, kind of like even she who knows all this stuff is actually learning stuff right now. But it's important to remember this too, because like I said, if you can read the news with an understanding of all the stuff you're talking about, it actually lets you get to the truth of the matter quicker as a reader, or realize that nothing is being said at all. Correct?
Well, it's true, and now with AI, you get some people who are unethical, actually, using AI to create part of their content. At Forbes, that's a fireable offense, and I'd never think of using that. But you can detect pretty quickly if someone is using AI to create their content, where the language is pretty flat and it's sort of generic. So people can look for that too and say, oh my God, a machine wrote that, not a human. So you can look for that as well. And we all know, I mean, it's a whole other discussion, but AI is notoriously inaccurate in many cases. So you have to look out for that as well.
So I'm going to go back to this now. Steve & Sons partners with Bot Auto for driverless deliveries. I mean, like I said, that's the same kind of rule applies here, and in a way that is not, I think, unethical, in a way that is basically, it tells the truth while still optimizing the search engine. This is the last question I have for you, Ed, before asking you what kind of weekend you're going to have.
Okay.
The thing about Steve's & Sons, which is so important here, is that do you think this is the beginning of a trend? Because this isn't a truck driving company. This is something where they have a fleet of trucks, but it's not It's not that. Do you think this is finally the canary in the coal mine when companies who have fleets but aren't trucking companies begin to kind of really experiment with this stuff? That's really the bellwether signal for this stuff is finally, after a long time of being promised, beginning to be onboarded as a regular practice in companies across America.
Oh, yeah, Jimmy, absolutely. I mean, we see big companies, IKEA, Walmart, Kroger, they're all using autonomous technology through providers like Kodiak and Aurora and companies like that, where they've got to save money, but also there's this ongoing driver shortage that we've heard about for so many years that dates even before the pandemic, where they've got to find a way to get their stuff delivered, and if you can't have a live driver, you still have to get your goods from place to place in a reliable way, and some of these are shorter haul routes, but they still have to be accomplished. Matter of fact, I'm talking to somebody later this afternoon from a company called Gatik, which does middle mile deliveries from warehouses to the stores, and they have autonomous technology as well. So this is something that's been building for especially over the last 5 years or so, and is only going to build even more as companies look for economy and for a way to get their goods delivered if they don't have enough drivers.
Ed Garson has joined us this morning. We've only got about 30 seconds left here. Do you got a nice weekend planned for yourself, or are you going to be still hitting the hustings and checking the facts and sources?
No, I've got an interview and a story to write today, and then I'm going to go to the Detroit Tigers game on Sunday, and I hope they stop losing. They're having a bad stretch right now, but we've got some good seats. They'll be playing the Toronto Blue Jays, and always a good day when you're at the ballpark.
It is always a great day. It's a great place to watch baseball, too. We have a good regular listener of our show, a guy named Jody Vale, who just loves all things Detroit sports. That is a great area, by the way. If I remember it correctly, everything is there. So it's like Comerica, Ford Field, all of it's in the same location. Did I get that right?
They're within a block of each other. We have Ford Field, Comerica, and Little Caesars Arena where the Red Wings and Pistons play.
That's fantastic. Ed Garston has joined us. He is, as I said, becoming a regular recurring feature here on both Nemo Nation and Road Gang Radio. Ed, have the best of weekends. Thanks for making time, brother.
You bet, Jimmy. Anytime. Have a good weekend.
You too, sir. Guys, go to RadioNemo.com. You can make the miracle happen over there. You can also find us on iHeart, on YouTube, on Odyssey. And, of course, you can find us at 615-292-6366. We'll come back on the other side of this break. Lots of good stuff headed your way. Oh, wait, it's Terry Taylor, lean and mean and on the scene with a thing or two in his back pocket. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Hey there, thanks for cruising with us. And now let's get back to Road Gang Radio. And here's Jimmy Mack live from Fastport Studios in New Orleans.
Every week we add something new. Every week something new drops. We always get some newfangled technology. We're going to get some more of our original programming music back online here pretty soon. Normally back in the old days you would hear a wonderful opening, the clear cut for our good friend Terry Taylor. We'll get that back online, by the way. I'm really excited about today talking with our good friend Terry and about his terrifically terrifying toys. Of course, by the way, the fangs are always free at 1313 Mockingbird Lane, toy store in Lawrence, Kansas. Its proprietor, Terry Taylor, joins us as he always does. Terry, you have some new video content out there, and it sets up something really kind of cool to talk about as a business owner, whether to buy, sell, or keep. Is kind of a really kind of great discussion here. I want you to tell about the video you have because it's a really groovy thing that you actually, it's a really rare toy and it's a really beautiful toy. It's not a toy you would give to your 5-year-old or anybody in your family unless you're a member of the Manson family. Tell people what you got.
And by the way, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Hey, yeah, as a store owner that is a humongous toy fanatic, and I always make a joke when people are trading stuff in and they're like, oh, I have so much stuff. I'm always like, yep, that's how a toy store opens, because that is exactly how a toy store opens. You end up with too much stuff and you're like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do with this? But the eternal struggle is someone who owns a toy store that buys stuff, but also is still an avid collector like myself. There are certain bucket list toys that you're still on the look for, and you always kind of hope they're going to come in the front door. And sure enough, we had this, the John Carpenter 1980s classic, The Thing, which is, one of the all-time horror thriller movies of all time, in my opinion. A toy company called Soda Toys, which is no longer a toy company anymore, put out a very big, essentially a statue of the head that sprouts the spider legs. And they only made, I think, like 300 of them or so. You never see them. And we had one traded in recently, in box, never opened. And it was one of those things where my wife, I feel like most people's partners would be like, we have too much crap. You don't need more. My wife's like, you should keep that. You've been wanting that forever. You should keep it. You need to keep that. You want that. That is one of the few toys you're looking for. Keep it. But as a toy store owner, and also a toy store owner that struggles a lot of the time, financially, it's not hard. And I'm sure a lot of your listeners know about being their own boss and the trials and tribulations of doing things yourself. So you always think, well, geez, I could keep this, but it's also worth $500. And if I post about it, it is going to sell. And it did. It absolutely sold. We ended up shipping it to a guy in New York, but I was really sad about it. And of course, I have complete seller's remorse about selling it because it's the only one I've ever seen in person.
I will tell you this, by the way. Let me kind of set the scene for people, by the way. The famous spider head from The Thing towards the midpoint of the movie. It's actually the movie's what they would call peak point. It's not that the rest of the movie isn't great, because the rest of the movie is great. A character has a heart attack. The doctor is revived from having been knocked out on, to kind of do a test on him. He's kind of brought back. He's groggy. They get the defibrillators to get his heart started again. When they use the defibrillators on his chest, the chest then caves in and turns into a giant gaping mouth that bites off the doctor's arms. While they're burning the monster that emerges from that stomach, you still with me, guys? The head on the table of the man they thought was a man but is actually the thing pulls itself off, uses its tongue to pull itself away from the fire, and then sprouts spider's legs and proceeds to walk out of the room until one of them finally turns and sees it before it escapes and utters the famous line, "You gotta be effing kidding me," before they burn it up as well, and it screams about 3 or 4 ways. They actually have a life-size head of that spider, and Terry's got a video of it. That's the great thing about video, though, Terry. It's kind of like finding the lost Ark or the Holy Grail. You actually have the video of you actually holding the box. So regardless of what happens, we'll always have Facebook together, my friend. We will always have Facebook.
Yep.
And that presents the great dilemma that any small business owner, especially one who works in properties, understands. Sometimes you find the thing that is the Holy Grail and you want it really terribly, but you got to part with it because that's the kind of thing. Only 300 in existence. I'm not going to ask you the price point for it, but it's the kind of thing that can make a month go from the red to the black, can it not?
Yeah, and it's true. And I made a and I'm very, I'm obsessive. And it's funny because in my life, I've never smoked, I've never drank, I've never touched anything ever. And it wasn't like a big moral decision. I was a touring musician from the age of 15 on. I always had to be the adult when I was in bands. And so I just never messed around with any of that stuff. And now that I'm 52 and super obsessive, my wife's always like, do you think you'll ever like try alcohol, or do you think you'll ever, do X, Y, Z? And I'm always like, no, because I'm so obsessive that I couldn't be a guy that like trying to drink for the first time. I couldn't just like take a sip and be like, oh, good. I'd be like, well, I got to try everything and do everything and collect everything, and it's like that with the store buying stuff. I had to set a hard line when I started the store that if it comes in through the front door of the store and I'm buying it for the store, I cannot keep it, because otherwise I would be keeping, a ton, just tons of stuff. Because even if it's not a Holy Grail that walks in the door, there is like some Star Wars figures I need to fill my collection. There is some G.I. Joes I still need, Transformers, but they're not like rare, but they're things like you just don't see every day. And I would be right back to just having, and I do have a humongous toy collection. I have an 800 square foot separate building from the house that is my toy collection. So Terry Taylor is doing fine with his toys. I might just not have every single toy that I want, in my lifetime, but I'm doing okay. I got a good toy collection going. So I did have to set a very hard line because I'm so obsessive about everything I do that if I just did it one time and open that floodgate of keeping something, it would just be an open door policy. I can't do things in moderation. It has to be one thing or the other. So that kind of goes in line with, and that was probably the closest in 7 years of doing the toy store of really, really contemplating keeping, something that walked in the front door.
It's a tough call, and by the way, guys, we're not talking about if any of you come across that box that actually has the thing Spider had that has never been opened before. Get it to Terry, let him move it for you. That's an important thing, but everybody knows about that thing. I'll give you, and here's the great thing business-wise that I wanted to talk to you about. That I think you're going to think is really cool. So this week we had the official studio opening in New Orleans at the Degas House. Lindsay came down from Nashville to debut her new show, We Should Write. She actually has owned that website domain for 17 years and has been given all kinds of offers, but she's always wanted to do some sort of show, some sort of discussion, some sort of thing in regards to We Should Write that would be uniquely her own. So she has sat on it. She has, as you probably can guess, WeShouldWrite.com is an incredibly valuable piece of property. And you can see why. She's been given a lot of offers on it over the years. I think the distinguishing point between this And that is that the Thing box is, you love it, it's great for a collection. Lindsay understood that there was career things she wanted to accomplish that involved actually owning We Should Write. And I think as a business owner, you get the difference. And I think it's kind of important for people to remember that this is something that was for your own personal joy. And given the fact that your real personal joy is the success of that toy store, you picked the bigger joy over the smaller one, whereas Lindsay picked the long-time success model over simply making a short-term gain of money. And that's the kind of decisions as a small business owner you're having to consistently make, right?
Oh, absolutely. It is. I always say, it's funny, I was a music promoter for 30 years. And so, like booking bands, I always said was like legal gambling, because when you confirm a band, like per se, I booked this band, The Killers, who went on to be a ginormous arena rock band. And I had the agent call me, was like, hey, there's this band, The Killers, and this is like 9 months ahead, because you confirm, just because like like Metallica gets announced on Wednesday, it doesn't mean the show was confirmed Tuesday. The show was confirmed 9 months before while they're planning their tour. And then they tell you like, all right, show's confirmed, in 9 months, we will announce the tour. So you got to just hope the band is hot in 9 months when the tour announces. And he was like, hey, there's this band, The Killers. They're going to be really huge in 6 months when the singles drop. We're trying to get a tour done before they go out. I need $2,000. And at the time, Killers were nobody. Like, no one knew who they were. I did them at a venue here in Lawrence, did 34 paid, lost an astronomical amount of money. But after the tour, a couple singles dropped, they became huge, and they became and it's like investing in the band. You lose money on the front end to make a bunch of money later. And I always called being a music promoter legal gambling, and I feel like it's the same way doing a retail space. Is the decisions you make are kind of like legal gambling. You win some, you lose some. I could because the toys are the same way. You order toys, like I have toys ordered till December 2026, so a couple Christmases from now. And you have to sign non-disclosure agreements with your wholesale partners who say, hey, there's going to be these new Star Wars series coming out. You can't say what they are. You can't say who's in them, but we already know what the toys are going to be in 2 years. And so you have to sign on now and order the toys and hope that in December 2026, when this show or this movie comes out, that it's going to be popular. There's no way to know because it isn't announced. There's no online presence for you to gauge interest from. You just have, because if you don't order it now, 2 years in advance or 10 months in advance, whenever, if you wait, it might sell out, and then you as a store can't get it. So it's legal gambling. Everything's legal gambling. You just got to hope things are going to stick because you're paying for the merchandise regardless.
This is interesting, too, because I keep thinking about Star Wars and the fateful moment of 20th Century Fox, knowing how little things sold back then, all the collectibles from other movies, all the plastic junk at TG&Y and all that kind of nonsense and garbage. And Lucas got ahead of the curve on that and did what he did. Before then, it wasn't even legalized gambling. It was take the merchandise. We don't care. Nobody's buying that stuff unless it's a Red Ryder BB gun or unless it's something from Howdy Doody. They didn't really understand that market until now. The other thing I wanted to ask you, this is a really cool thing. Is there a toy or a series of toys whose intrinsic value of being in the store on display as a way to draw people into the store is something that you would not ultimately sell unless the price point was astronomical? Do you follow me? Like, is there a holy grail of something that you could have in your store that would actually be an attraction point that would actually add to your public relations and your advertising and your marketing? Do you follow what I'm saying there?
Oh, absolutely. I can't say, I have a couple things in store that are, I don't know, $800,000. And I do have, and I know you've never been in my store, but I consistently mark things a hair lower than they should because and a lot of store owners think I'm crazy, but I would rather sell volume and have a high turnover so the product is always looking different than price a little higher and play the long game and maybe sit on something for a year and then eventually it sell, but it takes up that floor space, whatever. But we do have higher price items that I'll even put, like maybe even if it's going for $900 online and I put $750 on it, I'll even put $750 on it going, you know what? No one's walking in my store tomorrow and dropping $750 on this thing. Like right now we have this rare Resident Evil 2 statue that I can't remember. I'm trying to look at how many. I think they made 400 of them, and online it's going for about 1,000. I put it at $750, and it is an amazing display piece, and everyone talks about it. I don't think it's ever going to sell, but every day I hear, oh my God, I got to tell my brother about. They got to come in and see this, and we definitely have things like that in the store that are on the higher price end and definitely are talking points. But I have no delusion that they'll either never sell or they will definitely sit, for a while. And that's okay, because it's nice to have things that people, there's even like, I have a vintage, 1970s Millennium Falcon in the box that's up on the shelf that's been sitting there forever. But, every Star Wars fan that comes in the store remarks about it. Like, oh my goodness, I can't believe you still have the box and the instructions and it's, mint condition. So there are, as a store owner, things that you have in store that you're very confident probably won't ever sell, but there's something that people are leaving and telling their brothers and their sisters and their friends about. And we get people that come in that have never been in the store, and they'll be walking by and they're like, oh yeah, Jim was telling me about that they had this here. And so there are some things that are almost cosmetic to the store, but they are really, really good promotional talking points.
By the way, we're joined with Terry Taylor of 1313 Mockingbird Toys this morning, as we always are, once a month here. It's one of my favorite recurring segments, and we got a whole bunch of other stuff to unpack. Thank you for indulging me. I did get your notes, by the way. I was knee-deep in an interview with Ed Garston and kind of going over those as well. But no, I'm thrilled about it, to be honest with you. But this was something that was near and dear to me. I saw when you posted the video of the thing, and I thought to myself, you know what, this is something really great from a business standpoint, because you actually alluded to it as well. Terry and I actually have gotten to the point where we can kind of not wing it, but have a real good sense. And Terry, as you guys all know, as a small business owner, has kind of figured out the game that you're playing. Our good friend Marshall Platter, by the way, who was here for our event just a couple of days ago, Terry, he wrote a really nice message saying that, running a business is taking chances. And he said, I will take my chances by taking chances. He always invests that you've got to constantly keep taking chances, while at the same time it's kind of a cautious way that a small business owner plays, that you've got to take chances while understanding that you can't take chances so big unless your back's against the wall that it could cost you your business. The only chance you should ever take that could cost you your business is if you are going to lose your business if you don't take the chance, right?
Sure. I saw a great meme yesterday that had two drawings, one on the left, one on the right. The left one said, oh my goodness, unsuccessful businesses, and it showed a person with little, almost like speech bubbles by him. It's like said, work too hard, work all the time, put everything you got into it. Like all these things you think would make you successful, but the caption was unsuccessful business, and then the next caption on the right hand side said successful business, and it showed a person that just said gamble, 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 gamble. And I feel like I'm in the middle of that equation a bit, but I do find as the years go on that friends of mine that have been more successful have definitely taken higher risks than me, but I'm a very conservative person when it comes to that, because even though Liz and I don't have kids, I do feel a very huge weight of making sure that I don't jeopardize Liz or our dogs who are our kids or the life we've built. So I have to always play this kind of happy game of semi gambling and semi not. But I thought it was a really interesting meme because I felt like it was really rooted in a lot of truth, especially for small business owners.
Yeah, and like I said, I think one of the things I laugh about when I see gamble, 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 I look at it, I go, I'm at stage 3, I'm at the 4th gamble. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Because
Yep.
the initial gamble is before you even get started. 1313mockingbirdtoys.com. They got a lot of stuff going on. They got a really busy week, as a matter of fact, happening. You just presented a band at the Granada, right? Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, we brought a band, and I'm sure when I say the name, people kind of head cock. It's a band called Blood Incantation, but they are a band that's they've got like their songs are like 20, 30 minutes long. They're very similar to bands like, if you're familiar with Dream Theater and Opeth, only with like a little kind of like harder edge, but they're very long songs where they have like screamy, singy, very spacey, but their whole shtick is that they're almost based off of like the movie and the series Stargate. Like everything's about pyramids and aliens, and they're sweet guys. And one of the things on their rider, and if you're not familiar with what a rider is, it's where the band's like, hey, we need 6 cases of water, we need Taco Bell, whatever. But one of the funny things they had on the rider, the very last thing was DVD or Blu-ray copy of Battlefield Earth. And so I actually had a sealed Blu-ray copy of Battlefield Earth, which is, in my opinion, a very horrible movie that stars John Travolta. But I also had some of the books from the series in the warehouse. So I brought the books and the Blu-ray and left that for them, and they were more than stoked. It's just one of those funny things they put on the rider, and most people wouldn't get it, but I love stuff like that. But they're from Denver. Their actual keyboard players' parents live here in Lawrence, so he actually, just by coincidence, will pop in about twice a year when he's visiting his family. But we did about 500 people, and they've been around 10 years, but they're an up and coming band. They're a band that's going to have a lot of longevity. They're very musically, they're very experimental. Like I would call them like space metal experimental type stuff. But it was great. People were very, very excited. It was their first time coming to Lawrence, and they will definitely be back.
And okay, so speaking of Blood Incantations, it kind of actually ties in nicely in a very, very only word sort of way, but you guys did you're doing this Saturday, tomorrow, you are presenting. Tell people what movie you're actually going to be showing at the theater.
So one of my favorite horror series features Bruce Campbell, who's one of my favorite actors in the world. His first feature film was called Evil Dead, which led to 2 sequels, Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, a TV series called Ash vs. Evil Dead, and it's one of the most revered horror franchises, that there is. I mean, it's up there with Halloween, Nightmare on Elm Street, and stuff. It has a rabid fan base. So we're presenting the first Evil Dead movie from, I think it was 78, at Liberty Hall, the local independent theater here, and we do a series with them called Late Night Frights, where once a month we pick a horror movie and we show it, and then Liz and I do trivia beforehand, usually 5 or 6 questions that are associated either with the movie or with things associated with the movie, and we give people prizes and stuff. A month or 2 ago, we did Return of the Living Dead, and we had someone dress up like Tarman, the zombie from Return of the Living Dead, and take pictures with everybody. We couldn't find anyone to dress up like Ash from Evil Dead for this thing, so we're just doing a really fun trivia where I'm giving away some fun Evil Dead toys and items beforehand.
It sounds like such fun. By the way, I actually wanted to tell you, this is just a random thought, but I actually thought about it, took the note, and want to kind of get back to it here. To go back to the gamble. Watch this tie-in. So no one realizes this, but Evil Dead may be even more so than Halloween, which at least had the benefit of John Carpenter having made the movie Assault on Precinct 13, and Donald Pleasance being a big admirer of that along with his daughter, had a big-name star attached with a genuine bona fide Hollywood producer in Frank Yablans. Evil Dead, by the way, for all of you guys out there who are owner-operators and drivers and all that stuff, is one of the great examples of an owner-operator filmmaker simply getting his friends together, setting up cameras, and betting betting the house and everything he had along Kevin Smith style. It may be the great model for Kevin Smith as well. I'm going to just line it up and do this thing. One of the first sponsors of this original incarnation, the Road Gang, was a guy named Forrest Lucas. You might have heard of Lucas Oil, right?
I have not.
Okay, so Lucas Oil, the famous Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis and all that stuff. He started off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that guy. He started off, by the way, selling his product out the back of a truck. That's how he got his beginning. And
wow.
Evil Dead, by the way, is a great reminder to all of our friends out there, just like Marshall was saying on the chat. And by the way, Terry, it's really cool that people actually can chat online with us, which is like the great thing, that we get to do here. It's and Trucker Bosun says hello, by the way, this morning. Our good friend Kevin says hello to you. I'm telling you, it's really kind of fun how this all kind of works. But this really kind of goes back that I think that Evil Dead is even more so enjoyable that you can see it is just a really talented guy with a couple of cameras stuck out in the woods. And just having the time of his life. Okay. All right. Got plenty of stuff to cover here. We got about 2 minutes left. So I want to talk about what you guys are doing on Sunday. This is important for our friends out there who make their living on the road, like our friend Dean Croak does a lot of great live content, a lot of great streaming content. Talk a little bit about the Sunday thing you guys got going on. And I promise you, next time we come back, we'll talk about your Halloween pop-up. But tell us about the live sale on Facebook.
The last Sunday of every month, we do a live sale on Facebook, you can stream live. And so the last Sunday of every month, unless we're doing a convention, we do a live auction, essentially. We started doing it during COVID to save, to make money when the store was closed, and it just gained so much popularity. We just continued it now, 5 years later. But yeah, we do live sales, 6:30 on Sunday. And essentially we usually do, instead of just a single item, I put big lots together. And I just say, hey, the bidding will start at $13 or whatever, and then we let people bid for 2 minutes, and then whoever is the highest bidder at the end gets to buy the lot. And this month we have Jaws, a Jaws lot, Scream, Saw, The Real Ghostbusters, the band The Misfits, a mystery horror DVD lot. For some reason, this month in particular is a lot of horror movie stuff. It's usually kind of all over the place. I think we have a Star Wars lot. We generally do 16 to 20 lots, and it lasts about, 90 minutes, and people generally have fun. And a lot of times I drink gross soda, or Liz has some surprises for me to keep everyone entertained. So it's a lot of fun, and it's built a very big community with the store and people who don't live here, essentially, and still get to hang out with us. So it's great.
We got to wrap it up, Terry. By the way, this was a lot of fun. Thanks for taking the ride in the first half with what I wanted to talk about, and I really appreciate all the great notes and all the great goings-on and doings. And by the way, one of the things about being a small business owner and one hell of a rock and roll promoter is you're always figuring out ways to get your message out there. Here's how you get the message about 1313 Mockingbird Lane. You go to 1313mockingbirdtoys.com. You go to Facebook at 1313 Mockingbird KS, stands for Kansas, by the way. Same destination on Instagram and on the Tube of You. And guys, there's great content on the Tube of You, along with all of our friends chatting out there at Mockingbird Lane Toys. It's one word. Capitalize the mocking, the lane, and the toys. Mockingbird Lane Toys. Head on over there, by the way, guys. Check them out. The content is nonstop, sometimes incredibly ridiculous, always incredibly informative. Terry, we love you, man. Thanks for always making time for us in your very busy schedule.
Oh, thanks. It's always like a highlight of my month.
Oh, thank you, man. And please tell Liz we said hello. Get out of here, buddy.
I will. See you guys later.
Thank you. Terry Taylor, of course, has a monthly segment here on this Friday, Friday the 25th of July. We head into the break. Jane Jezraoui, another monthly segment, a really good friend of the show, great sponsor of the show. I'm going to go run to the room, as people say. I'll be right back, and Madison with a T is just on top of things, crossing them, dotting them.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine balsam remembrance wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine balsam remembrance wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
We are back with more Road Gang Radio, streaming live on iHeart, YouTube, Facebook, and RadioNemo.com. Jimmy Mack is back in the driver's seat.
Thank you so much, Madison with a T. Guys, if you just want to call 615-292-6366, simply to give our good friend Madison a shout out and tell her what a great job she's doing. You can also chime in on YouTube. This is Madison's first solo deal behind the wheel, getting us down the road. We will end up in a ditch at some point. I've told her that. Either I will drive us there or she will drive us there. I told her, as I told our good friend Lindsay Lawler, who's joining me in just a little bit, about her debut episode, which, by the way, went better than even she was hoping it would go. It is pretty terrific with Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth. I just want to point out, though, I'm going to keep on saying it, the first 5 to 6 podcasts anyone ever does, the first 5 to 6 shows anyone ever does, go back and listen to your favorite podcast in the first couple of episodes. Even the pros make a lot of mistakes. That's what you're supposed to do. Perfect becomes the enemy of the good, and when you don't get your stuff out there, eventually it never gets out there at all. So we got to do this once together. I told her it's like a CYO basketball tournament. You can either complain about the fact that the 11-year-old can't hit the three, or you can watch the parents on the other side enjoy their children immensely, just like you are. I'm having a great time this morning. I told Madison I am proud of her in a non-condescending way. And you know what I mean by that, Bob. People always say, I'm proud of you, kid. I'm not proud of you, kid. I'm proud of the fact that I work with this young and incredibly talented woman, as I am proud of the fact that I work with Phone Master Dre, Andre Thibodeau, and all the people here at RadioNemo.com, where you can find us and push that play button and go to 365 and hear this broadcast live. Florida man guilty of interstate scheme to steal big rigs loaded with millions of dollars in electronics from southern Indiana. A federal jury in Indiana found a Florida man. Florida man returns, guilty of taking part in a wide-ranging interstate cargo theft scheme targeting truckers hauling goods. What a surprise. Somebody thinks that you're a piggy bank. Shocked, I tell you. That story's over in CDL Life. I've got some stories, by the way, to kind of unpack. Our friends from OIDA will be here later on today with Trucking with OIDA. We'll preview that in the second 2 hours. But hey, we talked to regular recurring guest Terry Taylor just a moment ago at 1313 Mockingbird Toys, and we talked to our next recurring guest on The Future Was Yesterday with our good friend Carrier's Edge CEO Jane Jazrawi, and we're going to be talking about the latest innovations and outlooks. We're talking about AI today. We actually had a great conversation with Ed Garston of Forbes, a contributing writer over at Forbes magazine, about that Forbes will fire you if there's even a whiff of AI inside of your news story. Game, set, match, done. We're not talking about that. We're talking about how you can use AI properly. But Jane, before we get to any of that, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm really good. And shout out to Madison on her first solo gig. This is awesome. It went well for me. Let's just say it went well for me.
Yeah, and I have to tell you, Jane, I'm so pleased, by the way, because I get here before anybody else. There's no way anybody's beating me here, except for maybe Dave if he decides he's tired of me beating him here. bright and early, I got a text from Madison saying I'm going to be in early. I got some stuff I got to check, was on top of it. And actually, Andre got up to make sure she was okay before he had to go run off and take some kids to school. And our good friend Nick DeMeo, as always, is monitoring things as he does on a regular basis. How are you? What is going on? And what is Carrier's Edge doing these days? And then we'll kind of pivot to AI stuff.
Well, right now I'm not too bad. We're starting to get psyched up for Best Fleets to Drive For. That opens day after Labor Day. That's when nominations open for 2026. So we're going around and around about where we're going to do the awards. And we might be back at the Hall of Fame, the NASCAR Hall of Fame, because it seems to be one of the best venues that has everything that we like. So we've been working on that. Also releasing a bunch of courses that we've been working on for a really long time. We've got a really comprehensive air brakes suite of courses that are going to be released in the next month or so. We are driver ergonomics, so how to kind of keep your body safe in the cab by not wrecking your back or your knees or anything like that by doing things that so preventable injuries kind of thing. And the last one is hazmat for fuel haulers, which we have been working on. We've had a hazmat course and an ELDT hazmat course for a long time, but this is we've got one specifically for fuel haulers. So we're really excited about that. So there's been a lot of work going on.
I mean, and by the way, that's a lot of work. It's kind of funny too. It's funny too. You ever had that happen? I'm sure a lot of our trucking friends out there have it happen too, where you say, "Well, I'm just kind of getting by," and then you kind of make a list of all the stuff that is coming up that you are working on at the same time, and you go, "Oh my God, why did I?" Sometimes they tell you need to write everything down so you can keep it all straight. Sometimes I write everything down, Jane, and I go, "Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have written all this stuff down. Now I'm suddenly worried about getting it all done." I mean, I don't know if that's ever happened to you, but I've actually had that happen. And AI, to some degree, sometimes can do that for you and remind you of all the stuff you've done, but it can also remind you of all the stuff you have undone. And you kind of wanted to talk about that today, didn't you?
I kind of did. Well, future was yesterday. We're supposed to talk about tech, and the whole big story in tech is AI. I mean, you cannot get away from it. Every single application has something AI enabled, and I thought, okay, I've been kind of on the on the bandwagon of be careful of it. It can be really concerning. There's all kinds of pitfalls, and I thought, you know what? Okay. Let's talk about AI, but let's talk about what you can use it for, because there are starting to become some really good uses for it. And I'm not talking about creating memes. It is absolutely a fabulous image creator if you want to make a meme. It will make a meme all day, every day. That is not what I'm talking about, because there are much more useful things for a professional driver to use it for. And this is more on I'm not really talking about the work side of it, because I agree with you, or I agree with the gentleman from Forbes, where you don't want to be using it at work to do creative things. And I'm the same way. If you're going to, because we're writing courses and creating images that go with courses and things like that, if there's any AI involved, I'm not interested. I don't want AI to spit out a course for me. Thank you very much. There's a lot of nuances that go into trucking. There's a lot of changes that happen. AI gets it wrong. I am not interested in that. However, there are tools that are useful, and that's kind of what I wanted to talk about.
Let me say something really quickly about my own use of AI. What I will often do is I will write copy. I will then highlight it all, and I will look at the AI, and I'll say summarize. And it'll come back and give me a summary. I will not use that summary for anything, but I say if that summary actually is a clear, condensed, basic, this is important too. I'm not looking if it picks up the nuance. But if it looks at it and goes, "Oh yeah, you're saying this," I'm like, "Good, done, move on." Meaning that But if I notice that it's misinterpreting something, I don't react badly. I don't go, "Well, shut up, you." but I've often said that if it actually can summarize what I'm saying to me, I've kind of got it right. But I will never take a style point from it. I will never use it in my own copy. And this isn't like a religious thing. This isn't like orthodoxy or anything. It's a matter of, if you look at the way AI rewrites things, it does it to make it look a certain way. It is following a...
It has a style.
It has a replicative pattern. It doesn't always get the meaning right. What it does is, everybody loves to tell you, people who can't write love to say, oh yeah, you can spot AI by the big dashes, the M dashes. I'm like, no. M dashes are the mark of people who actually, many people who write beautifully, like Dorian Lindsay talked about it. Dorian Lindsay, who is this amazing writer, uses the M dashes a lot. It's a way of him thinking aloud inside of text. The AI looks at that and replicates the visual reality of it, not realizing what exactly it should be used for. I say, if you see an M dash that doesn't appear to be a digression of thought, but simply appears to be a, how do I put this, a duplication of what was already said, then you're probably dealing with AI. It tends to be highly redundant in its replication. That's my take. I'd love yours.
Well, I mean, I don't really want to use it for writing because I know how to write. I don't need help.
Exactly.
And I don't like. I also am really against training the AI model. Like, I don't want to. I am never putting a whole bunch of data into it because I don't want it. I don't want that. I want my like the stuff that my company does is my stuff. I don't want AI taking it and incorporating it and saying, okay, write a Carrier's Edge course for me, and having other people thinking, well, this is good enough. And so I'm kind of leery of that, but there are uses for it. So let's talk about what the good things are. I just wanted to mention that sometimes AI does remind me of Clippy. Remember Clippy?
Oh yeah.
I see you're writing a letter. From like the 1980s.
Half second, Jane. Jane, half second.
Oh, okay.
Madison, do you remember Clippy? Do you know what Clippy is? It was a paper clip that when you would work on a Word document would pop up and be like, hey, do you need help? I can help you. And it was a paper clip with two giant eyes. It was really creepy.
I think that might be slightly before my time because I did play on my grandparents' computer when I was younger, and I would go to their house. And
you don't get to talk anymore. You have grandparents that use computers. You're done here. That's
okay.
It.
Yeah, they had like a desktop with like Minesweeper on it. I would play like the games that were like
You're talking about using a grandparent's computer. That's it. We're done here.
Okay, sorry.
We're done. Thank you. Moving on. Moving on. Go ahead, Jane. Continue with your young self.
The other thing, yes, that is right. I don't remember Clippy either.
Yeah.
When I started using AI, and I was using ChatGPT. So when ChatGPT started its beta, I got in early because I wanted to see what this thing was about. And what I noticed was it is so nice to you, and it drives me up the wall. It's like everything is very, butterflies and roses. And when you do give it something to edit, Jimmy, don't you find that it just is just so nice? It gives you the whole compliment sandwich, and it kind of drives me nuts that I don't like that particularly.
It's Hal. It's Hal from 2001. Well, hey, Jane, how are you today? We do such great work together, you and I. It's really creepy. Stanley Kubrick, once again, ahead of his time. Absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Or people copying Stanley Kubrick. But I would say you can ask it to not do that. So I wanted to mention that there's tons, like ChatGPT is the first and the most famous, but there's a whole bunch of them. If you just take a look at, you just kind of look up ChatGPT alternatives, there's a whole bunch of them. And there's like Gemini, Google's Gemini, there's Microsoft Copilot. Well, I don't like that. But there's a whole bunch of other more specific things, but I think Microsoft has some. I think Bard has. Which one is Bard? I can't remember. There's a ton of them. Everybody's coming up with them, and so I'm using ChatGPT. So I'm gonna talk to you about my experiences with ChatGPT. So if you wanna use one, you can sign up for it. You have to give you have to create an account. You have to give up some personal information. But there's a lot you can do for free. If you want to use, so if you want to just do kind of a text chat, or if you want to create an basic image, then you can do that with the free version. What is crazy is that ChatGPT will create videos for you, and it will also do audio files. So this comes into play with the other things that I'm going to talk about, but I thought that was crazy. But you have to pay for it, and I wasn't paying for it. You have to upgrade. But the other thing that I wanted to mention, I already mentioned it, is anything that you tell an AI is going to be used for training it. And so I'm kind of like, no, I don't want to do that. But what they have in ChatGPT is a feature called temporary chat. And this is what OpenAI, that's the maker of ChatGPT, this is what they say. I don't know if this is true, but they say that anything that you do in a temporary chat is not used for training. So I've been using temporary chat to do a whole bunch of things. Yeah.
I want to really quickly, before we kind of move on and kind of dig into this a little bit deeper, to let you know that the people who are talking to you on YouTube right now, Marshall Platter says he wants you to know that over at Halvor Lines, they use Carrier's Edge. Thank you for that. Our good friend Jerry Bowers says, I'm sticking with early is on time and on time is late. I don't know if you know this, Jerry Bowers, the truck driver, came down to our ribbon cutting ceremony down here. And Marshall also says, I love Meta on Facebook explaining my post. When I was posting that I was heading to NOLA for the party, it said that it was probably a motorcycle gang meeting. I just wanted to let you know that. He was right, by the way. There was actually a moment when, if it hadn't rained, we were going to bring some motorcycles in from Bike Week. I'm sometimes creeped out, by the way, by some of the AI in Meta that seems to be able to anticipate things based on the patterns it recognized earlier. Sorry to take you in the weeds like that, but our friends are all listening and wanted to say hi as well.
Hi. That's awesome. Hi. Well, the thing is I ignore everything that comes up on a search from AI. I'm like, you know what? People are paying to have their posts sponsored. I'm not going to even look at that. But I've noticed that in Facebook and other social media things, they have summaries of the Facebook posts. And I'm like, yeah, it's a Facebook post. I don't need a summary, but they always get it wrong. So this is the whole thing about AI, is that there's a lot of inconsistencies and things that are wrong, but there are things that are relatively useful. So can I start talking about it?
Go.
Okay. First one, create an exercise plan. And I know that Halvor in particular has their own amazing fitness. They have a whole fitness thing for drivers, and it's really cool. And I am not saying that this is going to replace it, but this is something that's becoming popular. And the more information you feed into the AI, like your weight and your height, or the specific types of things that you want to exercise, or whatever it is, the more detailed it can get. And I tried this, so I did all of these things while I was trying to figure out what I was going to talk about. So we've done an exercise course that we actually did with Halvor. It's kind of funny that Halvor, the driver from Halvor, is on. So I did it. We did it in conjunction with Halvor, and so I had an idea of what drivers are being told to do on the road, and I wanted to know if ChatGPT was going to kind of tell me the same thing, and it did. So apparently, you can get a relatively good fitness and exercise plan from ChatGPT. It will also, if you ask it to give you some motivation, it will. It will, as you have a conversation with it, the more in depth that you get, it basically will respond to you. And so I think there's a lot of people who are actually going to this instead of personal trainers, is using ChatGPT for this. And if you've paid to upgrade, it will do a video for you. So I asked it to create an exercise plan for me because I have an injury that is really bothering me, and I've been working on it for a while. And so I'm like, okay, what would you do? Tell me what you would do. And it gave me kind of the things that I'm supposed to do. And then I said, well, create, and it said, do you want a video? And I said, yes, but it wouldn't give me one because I haven't paid for it. But so you can get one. And I thought that was really interesting. The next thing that I wanted to do, and I love this, it's kind of creepy. is that you can get into a conversation with it about nothing. You can use it for companionship. Now, if you want to use it, you can use it with audio. So you can have, I know people have reportedly used it for stories, like telling stories, and having ChatGPT actually tell you a story that is like based, a fairy tale or something like that, or make one up. And I tried a little bit of role play with it. So I said, I said, okay, you're a pirate and I'm Peter Pan. And it said, and I quote, aye, Peter Pan, ye be wanting a grand old pirate adventure, do ye? And then it just kept on going on. And then it said, speak up, lad, or be walking the plank, your next move. And I'm like, okay, it's doing it.
What the hell?
I know.
I want to get back to, by the way, the dietary stuff and the personal trainer stuff, and then we'll kind of get back to the role playing stuff as well too, and the companionship, which by the way is incredibly creepy. I do not want Hal turning off my life support systems because it's been given a contradictory order. The thing is too is
don't take ChatGPT into space. Then
I'll give you an example of this that makes a big difference for me. Like there's a line of thinking. A lot of truckers really understand this, really get this. Is that there are people who dress the same way every day. Now some people now do it as a flex because Steve Jobs used to do it, and they think it's like I call it the replication of form over genuine content. But there are people who really try to limit what they wear to being comfortable, properly fitted, and not to have a lot of options because they're trying to focus on one particular thing. I actually got very interested in, for a while when I wanted to get back in shape a couple of years ago, I actually did a couple of months of dieting that was really limiting how much you would purchase from the store, creating just enough variety so that it wasn't the same thing every day, but not enough variety where I was like going, what am I going to eat? What am I going to eat? What am I going to eat?
Right.
It took me forever to do it. It was like a pain in the butt because half that stuff was beyond paywalls, which was infuriating to me. I was like, this is crazy that I have to pay to figure out, what 4 to 5 balanced meals a week are that give me enough variety, while at the same time don't take the unpredictability out of it. I will say this: that if you tell a ChatGPT to do that, it's like here's the 5 meals. Here you go.
Yep.
Eat these 5 things and do
the recipes. And recipes.
And the recipes. And while I know that there are nutritionists out there and there are people who are dietitians and trainers who are like, this isn't right, this isn't fair. I'm like, well, wait a second. If you're gonna work directly with me to help me, I get it. But if you're gonna give me some massive price point, and the other thing is too, because you could do this at the end, remember, if you could do the work yourself, meaning sit down and really do that research, because I did do the research all those many years ago and put that together. I just decided to check it now, and it more or less came up the same thing that I'd researched. One of the things that I do like, Jane, that I would encourage all of our listeners to do, if they do a search and the ChatGPT comes up, to please check the links on which it is telling you what to do stuff. I think at the end of the day, you can't just accept it as like the word of God. It is the word of analytics computer program. That's all it is. It is not an intelligent, sentient being. It's playing off of patterns. And I think the role-playing stuff is fine if, in fact, you remember that it's not a person and that it doesn't care. That's the crucial thing, though. That's the crucial thing. You can't ever lose sight of that, right?
Yes, absolutely. And it's like anything. I mean, you can go to somebody's YouTube video and get a whole bunch of information, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's correct. And you should always, always be going based on multiple different places, and different sources of information. And with ChatGPT and doing all of this, it's a good way to start. If you want, I'm still perfectly fine with doing a Google search for the exact same thing. But what the nice thing is about AI, and I'm kind of at the point where it's not going away. So I'm going to embrace it. It's technology. I have to figure out how to use it. But always in my head, I'm like, okay, not totally sure. And from what I found is that AI gets it, kind of 85% right. But for example, with an exercise routine, I was reading an article from Men's Health about this, about a gentleman who had done this, and he'd said that it kind of got things backwards. So it would take an exercise and do leg exercises in the wrong order, because you're not supposed to work one thing before the other. And that's where human beings come in. And I think that human beings are not going to be kind of kicked out of all of this knowledge work. I think what's going to happen is everybody's going to go insane with AI. Then we're going to find the problems with AI. And then we're going to figure out where the humans actually fit in.
Where the humans return.
Yeah.
I want to give you an example. So I wrote in, how did Warren Buffett make his money on Google? Warren Buffett's wealth primarily comes from his astute investments and the success of Berkshire Hathaway. That actually says nothing. A conglomerate he built through strategic acquisitions and stock holdings. Once again, it says nothing. His investment approach, known as value investing, focuses on identifying undervalued companies with strong fundamentals and holding them for a long time. That's the first thing that has any sort of meaning that was said. Buffett's early success stemmed from his investment partnerships, where he managed funds for others and earned a share of the profits. Basically, there's only one sentence in there that means anything. The good news is his investment approach, known as value investing, there is actually a hyperlink that takes you to a human-written explanation of what value investing is. But people need to remember this stuff can be incredibly helpful, but it is only the beginning of the process and not the end, correct?
Yes, absolutely. I completely agree with you. The other thing is that filler stuff. People do that too. The AIs learn from human stuff, and generally people are filled, like writing from people is just, like, generally you're always getting, like, what are you saying? What are you saying? Like, where is the actual point here? So it doesn't surprise me, but I have noticed as well that anything that AI generates tends to be, there's a lot of blah, 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 and you have to tell it, just the facts, ma'am, just the facts. And because otherwise it will give you all kinds of stuff. And it will add up numbers wrong. So be careful if you're relying on AI to do any kind of math for you. It routinely gets things wrong. I would much rather go to Google, do a search for a calculator and do it that way, rather than go to ChatGPT and ask it questions.
We only got a moment left here, Jane. I wanted to thank you for making your way over to Road Gang Radio and jumping into the conversation. Yeah, it's really important to remember at the end of the day, it's still the human factor that makes all the difference. If you're looking at it for a quick and easy solution, no. What you're doing is you're giving yourself, it's funny, you're prompting it to prompt you. Yes. I think that's the best use of it. If you can prompt it to prompt you, but you still got to do the work. I think that it has amazing applications for people who suffer from neurodivergent disorders, who often have a problem starting stuff. I think that if it has any value, it's going to be helping people who have autism, neurodivergence, ADHD, all those sort of problems. By the way, our good friend Mark chimed in on the Tube of You, really insightful thing. He basically said, garbage in, garbage out, had ChatGPT tell me one of my meds was not what it was. You have to be very careful. Jane, thank you so much. It's great to have you, my sister. Good to have you on. We love you, and we will talk at you soon. Jane, of course, at Carrier's Edge. Go to carriersedge.com. She's the CEO and Grand Poobah over there. Thank you, Jane. We dropped her? We dropped her. Okay. Our good friends Dave and Gina Harrison are dropping in here for a second. Lindsay Lawler is on the way. Guys, hold on tight.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org. You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans and straight to you from Nashville, this is Road Gang Radio with your hosts, Truckin's Wildcard Jimmy Mack, Nashville Country Star, Lindsay Lawler.
Hey,
girl, hey.
I gotta tell you, for the first time ever, I was sad to hear live from Nashville.
Aww.
That's the only time I think
Do you miss me?
That I will ever tell you, point blank, Lindsay Lawler, that I'm sad to hear that you are from Nashville. What an amazing week this has been. What a great week this has been to all of our friends out there on the Tube of You, on the Book of Faith, and all points in between. It's great to see you. Great to see you over there.
It's weird. Okay, here's the thing. It was so awesome to be there, obviously, with you guys and we've got, by the way, welcome to part 2 of Road Gang Radio, How We Make a Life. Timothy Howells, who's joining us next, I'm so excited to hear about, to talk to and dive in deep with. But before we get to him, it was so cool to be there and see, it's months of setting up that studio in New Orleans and then getting ready for the party that you planned and the ribbon cutting. And then also We Should Write, which launched this week. Like, it was so many things all coming together, and then to be there. And I didn't realize Tara and I talked the entire plane ride home yesterday and had awesome conversations. But I was, luckily we were having a good conversation because my eyes, it was so hard to stay awake. I was like, it was like so much buildup and then crazy 3 days. And I was like, I can't even see straight. So tired, as everybody was. But seeing it all come together, it's like, here's the thing, Jim, it's happening now. Our own radio platform, it's done, it's out there. We Should Write is done, it's out there. But I keep thinking about what you said to me when you said, people are like, yeah, everybody has a podcast. Like, yeah, everybody has 3 episodes of a podcast.
Right.
Not everybody has a podcast that's in it for the long haul. And I knew, but I didn't know how much goes in to something, not only building, but sustaining. I mean, all the metadata and the caching and the I don't even know what the crap it's all about. I mean, I've had a podcast in the past, but it was, like you said, it was temporary. So anyway, it's out there now. There's no turning back. We Should Write, Road Gang Radio. It's happening. We're here. Good morning.
And by the way, the other really kind of crazy and cool thing about it is the fact that when you really hook into doing a podcast, and many of you guys out there who are listening and our friends out there will say, well, I want to do one too. And I'm like, I don't discourage anybody from doing anything. I'm not worried about your first 5 episodes. I don't mean you, Lindsay. I mean the royal you, the big you out there.
Yeah, right.
I'm not worried about your first 5 episodes. You'll get it done. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah.
It's 6 and 7 and 8 and 9. And by the way, like I said, when my friends who have been here a number of times, who we finally got a chance for both of us to talk to together, Chris and Chad, I remember those early episodes, Lindsay, when it's like, we are at our 50th episode. We are at our 100th episode. When they got to 500, at that point, they stopped counting. At that point was the crossover point.
500, that's when I get to stop counting. I'm tired.
Well, but it's about really kind of, and your brain starts thinking. I mean, Claire and I were talking about, if you wonder why people have recurring segments and regular guests and folks like Ed Garston jumping in for a full half hour to kind of explain more what he does, because there's diving deep is the more important thing in a podcast than this sort of like, here comes everybody. There's something fun about here comes everybody, but here comes everybody when you got this massive staff and a lot of money to throw around for travel. What's important is going down, is like engaging people and doing exactly what you're talking about, Lindsay, which is getting deep, digging in the way you and Fred LeBlanc got a chance to the other day. By the way, speaking of that really quickly.
It's up. It's live. Because let me preface again. My show is not a podcast. Because we do it live, baby. And not everyone can do that. With all respect to the wonderful produced podcasts out there. We live. It just then happens to live as a podcast after the fact. And Timothy Howells is about to be on with us of the Plain White Tees, but also with his own incredible solo project coming out. He's going to be my guest live from Austin, where we're broadcasting next week. He's going to be my guest on that show. And so we're going to be able to show you here what we do. We're going to talk to him kind of separate issues today. Not issues. We're talking about issues. Let's talk to him about political issues today.
Yeah, let's bring that up.
As he hangs up the phone. But yeah, we'll be able to go dive deep with him. And it's live. It's live. We're not editing this shit, y'all. It's live, and then it lives forever. And there's a big difference between that and podcast. So, and with We Should Write, we'll be able to talk to episodes forever because everybody should write.
All right, really quickly before we bring him in, and I'm really excited about this. Somebody wants to tell you hello. A couple of folks want to tell you hello. Let them drop in, because we said, by the way, just to remind people, we are at the Fastport Studios that are out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. I just want to give you a moment here, Dave, because I know you wanted to say congratulations to Lindsay. Dave Harrison, by the way, just stopped in the studio as he and Gina are wrapping it up. Wanted to tell you hi really quickly.
Hey, Lindsay, how are you?
Do I got a hot mic for Dave? I got a hot mic.
I got a hot mic. Hot buns.
Lindsay, congratulations on one of the longest gestated babies in the world.
I got really fat.
You've had that .com for what? How many years? And
17 years.
So this has been a baby in development. Congratulations on that. By the way, interesting to know, I did not know about your past with Kid Craddock. I knew David in 1984, not long before I went in the Army. Just about the same time my oldest was born.
Dave Craddock, you mean?
Yeah,
A.K.A. Kid Craddock? Yeah. Oh, no way.
Yeah, no, I met him. He was having an issue with his car, couldn't get it started. He was a night jock at the Eagle.
Yeah.
And I was working for Cullum Companies, night operations manager. I was also going to school and was just about to go into the Army. Somewhere in that phase. It was a 4 or 5 month window there in transition in life, and he was literally stuck, and I jumped the terminals on the starter solenoid on his car. I can't remember what car it was, but the starter solenoid was on the right side, so it had to be a GM product at the time of some kind. So we talked a little bit. He gave me a shout out on the Eagle that next night, and we hung out some. And then I took off and went to. And became an airborne kind of idiot jumping out of planes, and we kind of lost touch because in those days you there was no way, there was no internet or anything else. But yeah, so I was listening yesterday, and you said something about during the Las Colinas days, and I said, well, I'll be. So yeah, but that was a little bit before then.
I grew up listening to him on Y95 and then the Eagle, and then it was on Kiss FM there. And that's when I started working for him when I was 17 years old, which is a longer story when Timothy isn't waiting in the wings here. But he's the reason I'm in radio, and he's the funniest person I've ever met. And it's hard. My favorite story really quick is when I was in Vegas, auditioning, I guess, for a job, whatever. The morning jock there brought me in at the zoo to interview for the job, and only because he was a huge fan of kids, so he thought I'd have kids' sense of humor, which I did. But unfortunately, this guy did it, and he went to a commercial break, and he goes, "You're going to have to laugh more at my jokes." And I said, "Well, then you're going to have to be funny," and I didn't get that job. It's shocking. I know, it's shocking, but
I know.
yeah.
I mean, Lindsay, you've been telling it like it is for so long that suddenly things ain't the way they used to be. Dave, thank you so much, by the way, for all of Passport support. Thank you for stopping in this morning. You can hang out and keep the headsets on and hang out.
Well, I don't want to hold up progress or anybody else. Love you all. But, love being part of this. We wish you all of the grace and blessings and wind behind your sails that you deserve and you've earned. And we are here anytime you need anything, we can.
Thank you, Dave.
Dave Harrison, of course. Always love hearing from him. Thank you so much. Lindsay.
Let's pivot.
That's a pivot. I'm going to give people a website. Would you care to do the introduction in the first question?
I would love to.
I know you're excited about this. Timothy Howells. And by the way, when I say that for the website, it's exactly the way Lindsay did it. Timothy, HOWLS.com, by the way. Timothy Howells. Lindsay, take it away.
Well, thank you, guys. I'm extra excited about today's guest, not only because actually he's a client of one of my dear friends and publicists, but more importantly, he's got one of the coolest voices I've heard lately. He's got this new solo project that's gritty and poetic Americana. It's kind of stuff we live for around here. He's also lived 100 creative lives in one, I feel like. I mean, that is the truest compliment. You know him best as Tim Lopez, the guitarist and founding member of the Plain White T's. Hey there, Delilah. Yes, that one. The one that brought us that amazing gem and so many others. He's earned multi-platinum success, 2 Grammy noms along the way. But today, guys, I'm going to say even more importantly, Plain White T's are really freaking cool. But a solo project is really freaking cooler. He's stepping into a whole new chapter as Timothy Howells, a name inspired by the Latin root of Lopez, meaning wolf, which I kind of dig that because it fits. There's a lone wolf Jim Howl at the Moon vibe to what he's doing now, fusing rock Americana country and the soul-searching storytelling. He's based in Austin by way of Santa Barbara. He's a multi-instrumentalist. He's a producer, a dreamer, and yes, you might have also seen him as the heartthrob star of NBC's Ready for Love. I'm sure he loves talking about that. Where he met his wife.
Put that one in there.
I can't not. I'm going to give you shit about that, of course.
Yeah,
he knows how to tell a story.
That was an epic intro. Thank you.
Well, welcome to the show, my new friend and yours, Timothy Howells. Good morning, friend.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you guys?
We're really good. We're so excited to have you here, and we're gonna get to meet you in person next week. Do you know that? Have you been told that you're going to be okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're meeting up. You're going to be like down by Lake Austin?
Yes, we're going to be at. Yes, I'll give the address to you off air, but yes, we will be there. Barton Creek area. Is that an area, or is that just the resort? Did I just give the address by saying that? That's fine.
Good.
Yeah, so we're looking forward to. But let's dive in today because I want to make sure, Timothy, that we separate, because next week you'll be on with us. We Should Write, and that's about the healing power of writing. So we'll go deeper into not the process of writing, but like the life that had to be lived in order to go out and write these songs.
Yeah, very cool.
So let's start here though, because your time in Plain White T's, and which is epic. You're still a member of that band, but you're exploring the solo nature, which you've done for a while now with this new music coming out. But that's a tough. I don't know. I haven't done that, but that's a tough thing to separate the two. And to start here with when you write something for Plain White T's versus when you work on music for them versus you personally. How do you separate? Is Timothy Howells and Timothy Howells of Plain White T's, are they two different people, or is this just an extension of you? I guess I will say.
I think the clearest way to put it is that when I joined Plain White T's, I'm not a founding member. I've been in that band now for probably 20 to 21 years-ish. but that's not. I mean, they started in 1997, so I'm not an original member even at 21 years.
Wow,
which sounds insane to say out loud.
Yeah.
But when I joined, Tom, who is, we have two singers in the band, and he does most of the writing, and he had already several records under his belt when I joined. So I kind of felt like in order to get a song cut on a Tease album, I did have to kind of fit my writing into the mold that he had created for that band a little, right? Like I do bring my own style of writing to that band. But if it was too far outside of the brand, it was never going to make it on an album, right? So, so yes, I think that the Howls project is a pure form of my own writing. You know, it's whatever it is that I'm feeling or whatever it is that I'm inspired by, and there's just no boundary. I think once you get the full length album from me, you'll see it. I mean, it kind of pushes and pulls. It's got like some Tom Petty influenced Americana rock stuff. It's got stuff that's a little bit more pop country. And then you guys have Smithereens, right? Did they send that song over to you?
They did. And I both love you and hate you because that song is in my brain 24/7. Like it is on it's so earwormy. So congrats on that, but also screw you for keeping me awake every night for the past week.
That's all you can hope for out of a song, really.
Exactly.
And that one I feel like is kind of like rock Americana. So I've got kind of a wide canvas that I'm painting, but it's working. So
let me kind of follow that up, by the way. And you made a mention of something, and Lindsay knows. Both Lindsay and I have our own different obsessions. I always love people with what I call institutional knowledge, kind of summoning all the ghosts from all of their loves and all their music sort of past, especially when you have this extended period where you're working with other people and then you get a chance to kind of set your own course while simultaneously not breaking away from that original group of friends. It's interesting, too, because you talked about the Petty influences, the Americana influences. There's actually a whole bunch of earlier stuff percolating through here. We often use rock music to cover up the actual ghosts who are lurking underneath the surface. When you're creating these songs, are you consciously aware? I don't mean stealing, but I mean like, oh, wow, I love this person so much. And we'll use Petty as the example. I love Petty so much that he can't help, even though he's gone, continuing to percolate up into the music that I create. Or any other people like that. Do you follow me?
Yeah, 100%. And the cool thing is, the band that I have out here is a 6-piece band. Everybody is influenced, uniquely from other artists. Our guitarist is a huge David Gilmour fan.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
Kind of, Pink Floyd style guitar solos over a country song, and you're not getting like double stop, Brad Paisley style riffs. It's I'll write a country song and he'll play like his guitar style, which does sound more like Pink Floyd, which is awesome because I've kind of compiled this band full of guys that don't really know country and Americana. That's not where they grew up. And so we're getting a really cool sound out of this mixture of musicians. But yes, I mean, in the studio, this is a kind of like an odd piece of my story, but the very first record I ever purchased was Tom Petty Wildflowers, and it's still oddly one of my favorite records of all time. And in the studio, I'll play that record up against a song that we're recording because we're chasing just like the sonic like perfection that the band and Rick Rubin put together on Wildflowers. So I'm always kind of, even if it's not stealing musical stylings, it's like, well, the recording needs to sound as pure as this one does. At least that's the goal. I mean, we're not, I'm not Tom Petty, and we're not working with Rick. That's at least like a bar we're trying to set, you know?
Well, then, because speaking on that term, like going from the band to others, you know, when you've done that thing that most artists dream of, you've topped the charts, you've done the Grammys, the Screamy fans, all the things. So then when you shift to this, is there any part of it that somewhat feels like starting over, or does it more feel like you're, I guess, finally showing up as your whole self?
It frustratingly completely feels like starting over.
Yeah.
Like,
wow.
You know, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I think obviously, you know, in your intro, you drop like, okay, you've done all this with Plain White Tees and done some TV shows or whatever. But the some of that stuff almost like feels like, and don't get me wrong, those are all blessings. I met my wife on the reality show that I did, but I'll post something about a new song that I've written, or, you know, a new song that we're releasing. And I can tell that a huge number of my Instagram followers are like, why don't you post something of you and Jenna? You know, like they don't care about the country Americana project I've got. They're like reality TV fans. And that's cool. You know, I'm happy that people are interested, but at the same time, it's like when you're trying to build something from the ground up again, it really does feel like starting over. Like I came up obviously in the time of working songs to radio and having your label be such an important part of your team. And now there's so many artists that are doing everything independent, and radio sometimes is not a factor at all. It's TikTok. And if you're going to sign with a label, they want to see that you have TikTok followers and that they're engaged. And it's like, man, I feel too old to be setting up my phone and doing the TikTok thing over and over and over again. Oh my God. You know, when you've got 3 kids that are hanging off your leg and want to hang out, it's like, I can't be like, hey, I got to post 5 TikTok videos today, you know? So
It's prior. Well, and also
I'd
people
rather be playing a show, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And so, yeah, because you've been doing this long enough where you know the days of pre and post, whereas a lot of these newer artists, they've come up, all they know is being discovered or whatever on TikTok. And
Right.
what other people need to understand, like you said, some people want to see those other facets of you, but then when it comes to social media, I would think it's sort of overwhelming to be like, okay, it takes all kinds of fans, right? But it's also like you've got your plate, the people that are a fan of you because of the tease, the fan of you people that are a fan of you now because of the new music, and then the people that are a fan of you, the reality star, the married man, all those things. So it's like, which do I promote? Do I need 3 separate accounts? And who has time for that? Like, right? That's got to be so overwhelming.
Yeah. I mean, those are incredible tools, but I don't know if this is just too old school, the way of thinking, but part of me is almost thinking that my model for growing the Howells Project is not, I mean, maybe something will happen on social media, but for the most part, I'm thinking back to when we started Plain White Tees, where we lived in a van and went city to city and played shows, and the best way to get somebody to come back and bring their friends was for you to put on a great show. And when you have TikTok fans, there's no guarantee that they're going to buy a ticket because they get access to you 24/7 if you're constantly posting. And then it's like, well, you know, I've seen that guy all day long. Do I need to go buy a ticket for his show? For me, I'm thinking, I just want to be in front of a live audience and have these songs just bash you over the head, you know? So that's kind of what we're doing out here in Austin. I do play the social media game a little bit, and I know I need to, but I care more about the live performance element and making sure that the record is great, you know?
Good.
I wanted to kind of make an insight I had just the other day. I was kind of interested to bounce this off of you. So Lindsay and I just did a studio groundbreaking over here, and Lindsay, by the way, throws a hell of a party as well. And I realized something that, with not having big staffs anymore, you talk about the idea of not having a label anymore. I'll tell you, Lindsay, part of the reason we pulled off what we pulled off the other night was because I got a big family. And I got a lot of friends, and I was kind of curious, as you've seen, and you've really seen the transition in music. I mean, you go from the label days and all of that kind of stuff to this world of TikTok. And a number of very, very powerful and wealthy people have suggested that because of this, that IRL has become even more powerful, and that the people who have networks and associations of friends and family who love them, it's getting really old school in the sense that if you really want to kind of make all this function, you've got to have a lot of people in the real world, not just followers on Facebook or Instagram or, of course, TikTok, but you've got to have a great support group of people who love you now more so than ever, because there aren't a lot of suits around taking care of that kind of stuff. Is that part of your discovery? I mean, you talk about the idea that this album is a labor of love. Has that been kind of your experience with this to some degree? It's okay if the answer is no.
You're talking about just my close circle of friends and family?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Oh, yeah. So the guys in the band, three of them are brothers, and they all are from the church that we attend on Sundays. So they all are part of, the worship team at the church. So they play in the band, and they kind of handle all the technical side of the music at the church we attend. And then because we have, the church connection, all of the wives of these guys, and my wife and my kids and their kids are always together. And then there's an extended group from church as well. So there's about 7 families that are hanging out a lot. But 3 of them are in the band, and they come to all the shows, and of course they support what we're doing. And my wife, kind of quickly learned what she was getting into when we were dating. I was always in and out of town playing with Plain White T's, and she's kind of learned the ropes on handling and running the household by herself at times, and knows how passionate I am about this project and wants it to work and loves the music. So yeah, I mean, that stuff is huge. And then compiling, on the business side, making sure your manager loves what it is that you're doing and is highly invested and wants the best for you as a human being, not just, dollar signs is key. And so, yeah, we're putting together a good crew of people.
Well, and I've seen some footage of you guys, of you playing and the band there in Austin and some different venues, and that makes sense that you have that tight, that camaraderie. Like this isn't a hired guns kind of thing. This is guys, I'm going to guess, that are in it to win it with you, because there's a very big difference we do in Nashville. I'm a songwriter here in Nashville, and we do. I didn't do the band thing. I did the solo thing right away. And if I could go back, I would do it the other way around. I think just because it's a very different thing when people are on stage with you. I mean, I have a couple guys that are like my peeps, but you end up with those hired guns. It's obviously a very different energy, and it feels like, and I can hear this both in your music, Timothy, as well as. Do I call you Timothy or Tim? I know Timothy is the name on the project, but I feel like I'm being that I'm being too professional. I'm going to call you T-Dog. T-Dog. But it feels like you can hear in your music as well as on stage. There's like a family element, and does some of that play into where you are in life? I mean, you've got 3 kids. You're happily married, which I stress that because music business is obviously it could go multiple ways. Do you feel like you're bringing a sense of family and camaraderie into everything you do these days as the grown-up functioning man that you
are? Yeah, I think so. I mean, honestly, I would really hate to swap any of these guys with a hired gun. I just don't think, it's the friendship element and creating the I'll write the songs and then immediately bring the tune to one of their houses. We'll sit in the garage, and the three brothers usually show up, help kind of bring the song to life a little bit, start adding their parts. And then when we get in studio, it's like a lot of those parts are really steering the production. So that's not something that you can get. I mean, of course, you can go into in Nashville and hire some studio session guys who probably rip,
Yeah.
But the fact that we have consistency where these 6 people are creating all the music and you're not changing in and out hired guns, I think it's just creating our own sound. And like you said, they're family. So, there's no substitute for that on stage. They are almost like, in a weird way, a safety net. I don't think I would lean on a hired gun the way I lean on them. So,
yeah.
Unbelievably, Lindsay, we're out of time.
No. Well, dang it. Well, but you know what? That was almost 30 minutes. But Tim Howells, wow. I get to see you in just a couple days, and I'm so excited that we'll get to, and we have a whole hour next week, whether you like it or not. We're pinning you down, and we can go really, really deep, and people will be able to hear more to dive in about this project because it's great. You can go to timothyhowells.com. We'll post it. The song Smithereens is so great. It's so great. It's not, if you haven't heard it yet, it's not what you're expecting, guys. And I mean that in the best of ways. It's genreless, which is to me the biggest compliment I can say. Your manager might not like me saying that, but I say that in a way that you can't put a stamp on it. Except that it's you, and I can feel that, and I don't even know you yet. So I feel like I know you through your music. So thank you for giving us time. We'll dive deeper next week. Jim, fun guy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I appreciate the time, guys. Thanks so much for having me.
You got it. TimothyHowells.com, HOWLS.com. Guys, check out Smith. It's great. Oh, get out of here, man. We're headed to the last empty places next, Timothy. You're always welcome to come any place like that with us. Thank you, sir. Be safe. Be good.
See you next week.
Okay, guys. Have a good one.
You too. Bye. So nice. What a good guy.
What a good guy. We're going to actually rumble, bumble, and stumble our way. We are behind on the clock. That's okay. Friends are dropping in. New friends are being made. An old friend is on the way. He allows me to call him an old friend because he's a guy in incredible shape despite his ancient mariner wisdom. Our good friend Peter Stark is going to take us into the last empty places and wonder what the hell I'm talking about. Hashtag RGR.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Live and rolling once again. This is Road Gang Radio, broadcasting from NOLA to Nash. Jimmy Lindsay, where were we?
Where were we?
Where the heck am I ever? I have no idea, Madison.
Not
what
a
is
NOLA
happening
anymore, unfortunately.
By the way, and Lindsay, thank you for the message. We are actually, Tara reached out to me as well. We're going to be doing country and western music at the top of the next hour, and then rolling into Breaker Back Talk at 10:30. Little strike that, reverse it going on there. A little Willy
Switch
Wonka.
it, reverse it, rearrange it.
And speaking of not knowing where the hell we are, if I ever found myself in a place, in a wide open space, in a last empty place, and did not know where in the sweet mother of pearl
You wouldn't call me.
I wouldn't call you. If I had one phone call, if I had just a couple of bars left, just a couple of last moments before I lost all technological savvy, before everything was drained from me, I can guarantee the first person I would call, and he would say, "Do you have matches?" Peter Stark joins us this morning. PeterStarkAuthor.com is where you should go. He, of course, is the author of The Last Empty Places, Young Washington. We've been talking a lot about Washington. As a matter of fact, Peter, good morning. Welcome aboard, as always, my friend.
Good morning, Jimmy Mack and Lindsay.
Good morning. Can I tell them about the drink?
I was just going to do that. Please, Peter, before we get in, you got to hear about the drink. Tell him.
Okay, tell me the drink.
So Peter, we had a big party, a ribbon cutting party for the opening of our studio in New Orleans this week, and we had Master Chef Marty. He's been a presidential chef for 7 different presidents, where he's cooked at the White House, and he came in and he was making a drink. He said, Lindsay, would you like to try a drink they made in the 1700s that George and Martha Washington served? And I'm like, how do you say no to that? I'm like, sure. Well, I didn't know what he was going to make. It was a syllabub, which is white wine and whipped cream, basically, which if I had known, I probably would have turned it down. And he served it with the spoon, and I just put on my best thank you face because the stories were so cool. But I was thinking about you the whole time because you've been on my brain. Both that and my husband has become a new huge fan of yours, Peter Stark, because he drove to Cape Cod by himself, and then I drove home with him. But he listened to Young Washington, and now he's hooked on all of your stuff. So we're all. I hadn't done Young Washington yet. Now I've done the back half of it, not the front half, unfortunately. So I'll circle back. But enough to know that George Washington was not who I thought he was.
Not the young one. The young one was not who you thought he was. And talk about somebody who was lost and didn't know who he was. That was the dude right there. The 20-year-old George Washington. He figured it out. And when he married Martha at age 27, or he might have been 26, but I think that more than anything, like straightened that boy out. With Martha, saying, George, like you're just trying too hard. You don't have to try so hard. Chill out, dude.
Plenty of women that aren't married out there, George. Plenty of women that aren't married.
but he was like everything he did. He was so prickly, to his superior officers who were British. And he felt he was never getting enough recognition, never getting enough money, never getting this. There were these other rival officers who should not be his rival. He should be superior to those guys. And it just went on and on. And his boss, Governor Dinwiddie of Virginia Colony, this very brass-buttoned British guy, he got so many letters from young George, who was serving as a young officer under him out in the woods. And these letters just kept pouring in from young George. And finally, Governor Dinwiddie writes him back. And you can literally see Governor Dinwiddie rolling his eyes between the lines. Like, George, you've had plenty. Just go back to work. And it's like, no, you do not need to come back to the plantation country where all your friends are and the love of your life who's married to another man is. You need to stay out at your post in the wilderness. You have no reason for coming back here. Stay there. So anyway, it goes on like that. And he's a real piece of work at that age.
And by the way, you bring up something really interesting too, because partnerships are often what defines a journey, whether it's a journey through life or a journey through the wilderness. And you brought up Martha as well, and you kind of make a point of her kind of really kind of settling him in and kind of settling him down. And it's interesting that, and people have written books about this, of course, in great detail. But one of the things the country was also blessed with at its inception, with the first president, second president, third, is some extraordinary women were behind these men. The first two presidents in particular. The third one, we got a little conversation going on about that. But
nice pivot, by the way.
By the way,
that is a nice pivot.
that third president, by the way, the women in his life is a whole other conversation worth of a whole multitude of studies. But the first two first ladies, in many ways, are a great example that this country was built. And we've got totally in the weeds here, by the way, Lindsay, because after all, I do have the recipe for the drink that Chef Marty. Because Lindsay had the same thought as well, too. I had it. I was like, oh, my God, Peter's got to taste this drink and find out what it's all about. We got the recipe for you. But
oh, yeah. Do you want to put it out here online, the recipe? It sounds like it's pretty simple.
Yeah, I mean...
They did homemade, the one that Chef Marty was making. You can find a little bit of a different one online, but they do homemade, like house-made whipped... I hate to call it whipped cream because then I'm thinking of Cool Whip, but, like a heavy whipped cream.
It was cream that was whipped.
Thank you, exactly. Okay. And so he puts that in it with some nutmeg and rosemary, and then he pours the white wine in it. And by the way, I noticed he wasn't using a good white wine, and this is a presidential chef. Maybe that's because we only brought him crap. I don't know. But he didn't have a fancy wine. I don't think it matters once you pour it in cream, though. It's like I'm not going to put the $100 bottle of wine into cream.
That was his thinking, by the
way.
Right,
like a dry Sauvignon Blanc. You're not going to taste those subtleties with whipped cream.
Yeah. He was using cupcake. I said no offense, cupcake, but
it's like subtle notes of heavy cream in this wine.
Subtle, not so subtle.
I was going to say, man, there is a certain kind of there's a residue of cow here. I mean, that's just kind of the feeling.
Ew, why does that make me want to go? Ew.
Undertones of grassy pasture.
But I brought up the women, Peter, not just because of the presidential kind of connection here, but one of the things, and you do a great job in your books as well too, about some of the adventures that people take, and we often kind of forget that when these men are kind of carving out paths across the West, or when these men are carving out lives of really kind of hard scrabble in the beginning sort of lives, it often, even now with all the research and history done, we often leave out the story of some of these remarkable women who have cut through the brush of both Washington, D.C., but also the brush of the wilderness, right?
Oh, so much, yeah. I mean, it's a huge issue. It's such an important part of what actually happened, but there's so little actually written down about it, and so it's a lot of these couples think of your kind of archetypal pioneer couple out there hacking out a farm in the forest. And, these guys, neither man nor woman, I mean, they might not have been literate, but they weren't keeping documentation of what they were doing on a daily basis. So you don't really see that side of you don't see women much in that whole frontier exploration world. There, with some exceptions, we have a good friend in Missoula, Onyx Smith, who was closely associated with the Sundance Institute of Film for quite a long time, and she made a film called Heartland that was based on the actual diaries of a woman, I think Eleanor Smith Pruitt, anyway, Eleanor Pruitt, somebody or other, who came out to the high plains of Wyoming and was a woman homesteader on her own. And it's a really dramatic story, and the movie is very cool too. But you see that side of it in a way that it's very hard to find that in a very vivid way, the way it's done in this movie Heartland. And I've got, it's funny, I'll do a pivot here that
pivot.
Pivot.
No, please vote. That's the French. That's the French. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
But the pivot. So, I just the night before last finished the final revisions of this book. I've been writing about Coronado and the search for the 7 cities of gold. It's called the title now is called Lost Cities of El Norte: Coronado's Epic Expedition the unconquered West and the birth of American Indian resistance, is what it's called. And so I'm very excited about it. The publisher is excited about it. It's coming out next spring. But in the course of that book, I came across some really interesting geography that has to do directly with women. And that is that for a long time, these early European and early Spanish explorers in the Americas, especially in Mexico, were looking for what was called the island of California. And it was known as this sort of terrestrial paradise. And it was said to be peopled by black women without any man among them, for they live in the manner of the Amazons. And it was a big island off the west coast of North America, kind of approximately located where California is now. And it's a fascinating story because that the idea that there was this incredible island of California was disproven by various expeditions and cartographers. But every time it was disproven, that knowledge was lost. And so it was the idea that the island of California existed lived on for 200 years, from the mid 1500s to the mid 1700s. And I've just thought it was a fascinating phenomena that there's this island off the West Coast, peopled by these powerful women. And, so in some ways you could say, well, that's what, what surprises that? That's what California is today,
Yeah.
Island off the West Coast, peopled by powerful women. But it made me think about, okay, what is the attraction of this, this idea of Amazons, these powerful women and women who can live without men, and that they're in these sort of distant terrestrial paradises. The reason this came to be is that this notion of the island of California was because there was Jimmy Mack. You probably know this. You're so deeply literate back into the medieval times, and you probably speak medieval Spanish, but you might.
Or at least he can fake it really well.
Actually, Claire, by the way, who says hi, Peter, can actually translate Old English. I'm not kidding.
Can she? Yeah, that's so cool. And doesn't she know Old French too? Isn't she?
She's a medievalist. Yeah, she can. Claire can do that. Claire can translate Old English and actually fight her way through Old French as well. Absolutely true. Crazy.
Does she speak French as well?
Yes. Yes, she does.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I know. She's incredibly literate. You are incredibly literate. Claire even more so.
Yeah.
I noticed nobody has thrown me into either of these categories, but that's fine.
No, Lindsay, you are like a library of music in your head.
Okay. I'm a music in my head. I'll take it. I speak music.
A library.
Go on.
Okay, so to the literary reference, which I think is pretty cool, that there was a Spanish novelist in right around the year 1500 named Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo, and he wrote a really famous romance called Amadis de Gaula, who was about a medieval knight, and it was incredibly popular. And so all these conquistadors, these real guys, conquistadors, are reading these novels from Rodriguez de Montalvo about medieval knights and having all these adventures. And in one of his novels, there's an island called California, close on the side of terrestrial paradise, peopled by black women without any man, for they live in the manner of Amazons. And so that planted the idea in these conquistadors that there was an island of California populated by Amazons right up the coast. And they, this is in 1530, 1540. So, Columbus had arrived 40 years earlier, and the Spaniards had done a lot of exploration and colonization and a lot of not so great stuff in the Caribbean, but they hadn't really got to the Pacific coast, and at least not in any great numbers. And so there were expeditions sent in the 1530s. These guys up the Pacific coast from Mexico north, and these guys didn't know jack about what was up there. They knew nothing, and no European did. And so in a way, it was like this land. It's kind of like a fantasy land. They could kind of invent anything they want. They said, well, yeah, we don't know what's up there. There's an island of Amazon women up there. We're sure of it. So that's all by way of saying Last Empty Places works in strange ways. And one of the strange ways it works is that people invent stuff geographically that may or may not be there. And then they kill themselves, metaphorically and sometimes literally, trying to find it. So I'm using that as the thought for the day about Last Empty Places.
Well, go ahead, Lindsay.
Well, sorry, no, I get lost in figuring out exactly to your point there that, the separating the fact from fiction through all this. Like the other night, my husband and I watched, and I expected it. It was way sillier than I would have expected from Guy Ritchie, but we watched his new movie, The Fountain of Youth, with John Krasinski and Natalie Portman. Has anybody seen that?
Yes,
Either of y'all seen it?
No.
You should see it. You should see it, Peter. It's actually it's a goofball version of You, but go on.
It is a goofball version of You.
It's called I'm a goofball version of myself.
It's called The Fountain of Youth. Yeah, it's called The Fountain of Youth.
Is it like an explorer-based thing? Is that what?
Yes. They're looking for the Fountain of Youth, and they go on this. It's like a modern day National Treasure, Nicolas Cage kind of silly film, but it's Guy Ritchie who did it, so I was expecting it to be a little deep. I mean, there's some hidden fun little nuggets and gems in there. It's worth you watching it, but I bring it up only because that separating fact from fiction. I wonder with you, like when you're piecing it together, is it like you get lost in movie mode? And have to be like, no, half of this is that imagination, but I'm actually looking for the truth. Like, Peter, have you ever wanted something to be true? Like, are you rooting for the island of California and its tribe of glittering warrior women, like rooting for certain things sometime to be like, I hope this is true. But I guess to your point, you could, if you're dead set on it being true, even if it's not, you will die in the process, perhaps, but literally or figuratively.
That is right. Well, and that's kind of true of life too.
Yeah.
If you're dead set on something being true, and it's not true, you can run into a lot of trouble, a lot of walls, a lot of that you're bending reality around to this concept that doesn't really exist, or this reality that doesn't really exist. And everything gets distorted when you start doing that. For the island of California, I mean, it's not a problem for me. I know it exists, and I know it's populated by powerful women, so I'm good.
This is what's really cool, by the way. And as you guys were talking, I was taking some notes, and I wrote here that the frontier is the front line of fiction. And
nice.
And what happens is you get the Spanish writers who dream of an island where there are powerful women called California, and of course they go to the island off of Spain, and there are no powerful women who rule themselves alone. But it doesn't mean the dream dies. It just means the dream exists once again at the frontier. And so that every time anybody approaches a frontier, they begin to say, well, that thing we were talking about? Well, we were wrong about where it was, but we're right about that it's out there. And that each time you hit an unknown terra incognita, every time you hit like ground where it is an undiscovered country to some degree, that the old myths come back in. And I love the fact that along with importing a lot of awful things, that the Spanish arrive into the New World and they bring with them their dreams of cities of gold and their dreams of islands populated by powerful women. And they bring all of this stuff with them. And that in many ways, what we do is we project the fantasy into the unknown, and then ironically, we create the human equivalent of it. In the book, The Last Empty Places, remember there's that whole segment where you're talking about the Native American trails along the Gulf Coast eventually, somehow, some way, end up becoming the route of the I-10 corridor. That's for real, by the way. Peter actually does.
This is for real.
It's for real. They actually, the path they walk, Lindsay, across the Gulf Coast, that the explorers and the Native Americans walk on the Gulf Coast, essentially becomes the carve-out that is the I-10. And it just is amazing to me that the imagination of people, that they're able to kind of say, well, since it isn't there, I'm actually going to create an island of powerful women. I'm going to call it Disney World. I'm going to create an island of powerful women. I'm going to make a dream factory. I'm going to literally make cyber reality. There's a land full of men inside of boxes thinking up dreams, and then Silicon Valley springs into the imagination and all of that kind of stuff. That people imagine the world they want to create. They find an open space. They project their myths and their dreams into it, and then they replicate it with a sort of human version of it, as it were. And this seems to be an ongoing thing, the obsession with the frontier, right?
Yeah. Oh, Jimmy, I think that's great insight. Yeah, and the frontier. I love that concept, and I've used that it's like the frontier, the blank spot on the map. It's always it's like a blank screen on which you project your fantasies, your visions, your hopes, your dreams. The blank spot is, but as you say, that it keeps moving, because as people reach the frontier and explore more, the blank spot moves on. Gets smaller, goes to a different spot. And I love your idea about California. I mean, it is just like the place of dreams, right? The place of fantasies and movies on the screen, and that all started with what's kind of crazy about that island of California is that it started when some ships sent by Cortez, that conquered the Aztecs, went up the west coast of Mexico. They got up a ways, and one of them got blown off course, and it for quite some days, and it ended up on this huge piece of land off the west coast of Mexico, and they said, wow, this is a massive island. So you know what that was that they hit?
What?
Tell us. Go on.
You all have been there, I'm sure. It's the Baja Peninsula.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, which of course resembles an island, which means that the truth gets muddled on its way back, and then it comes back around and shows up as the reality of a peninsula. That's crazy.
Yeah. It took 200 years to get that reality hammered into the European brain.
The European brain.
Peter, we're going to run out of time here.
Wait.
And, I know that you've been under the gun in regards to your deadline. Are you free and clear now for the time being? And can we?
I am. Yeah. I mean, it's amazing. I don't know what to do with myself.
I do.
We're out at Amy's
Go
Family
explore.
Island. What's that? Go explore. No, what we're doing is we're carrying heavy boulders and throwing them on the beach, so the cabin doesn't wash away.
Oh, okay, no, that's
the
important.
most Peter Stark thing of all time.
That's important. Hey, wait, Peter. Before I want to ask you real quick. We've just got a couple of minutes, but sort of on that note, and your quote unquote time off. What is it that separates an explorer from a tourist? And are you ever able to be a tourist? Or do you can you just go enjoy a place? Or are you like, oh, I need to know everything about this?
Oh, no, Peter, actually, you can find Peter at the seafood shop on Thanksgiving. Peter can enjoy.
That's exploring. I mean, in a way, tourism is exploring. It's all one continuum. It's not like there's one dividing line between tourism and exploration. I always think when our kids were small, it occurred to me, we live still on this really cool wilderness park in Missoula, Montana. It's like a street on one side and a wild park on the other. Wow. And, going out with our kids, it was like, wow, this is like exploring the Amazon for them, every step into this park. And so it's all relative to who you are and what your standard is and what you're interested in. I think maybe tourism is when you really do know a place it's familiar. So it's not unknown, it's known. And yet any place, there's kind of, you could say it's the philosophy of travel or exploration or even tourism. But any place you go, even if it's familiar, there are always new things to discover. So in a way, everyone's an explorer all the time, as long as you have a sense of curiosity and are finding new stuff.
So the answer is no, is basically what you're saying.
So you're saying no.
So you're saying no, which, by the way, is a great answer to give.
A tourist?
Yeah, I mean, you are always an explorer. You are always an explorer, and you are always welcome.
Well, he said there's no difference, but there is, because the people that wear the Walt Disney ears, Mickey Mouse ears on the plane, those are tourists, and you, my friend, therefore, are not a tourist.
Yeah, and my friend, by the way,
I don't wear the Mickey Mouse ears on the plane.
Well, now I kind of want you to, I guess, actually.
If you actually take that picture, we will post it. There is no way you're taking that picture, so there's no way we're posting it. PeterStarkAuthor.com, of course, the author of The Last Empty Places. He's got a great book coming out about lost cities. We can't wait to read that as well. We actually have some plans for Peter in the future. I don't know if you know this, Peter. Lindsay just launched her new show on Wednesday, We Should Write, about the healing power of writing.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about that. Cool.
Yeah.
Please be a guest on my show sometime.
Please.
Yeah, anytime. Yeah, anytime. Let me know.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I wanted to hear about. I know we're out of time, but how things are going in the new world down there in the new studio, and it sounds like you guys are rocking and rolling.
Well,
we'll tell you off air.
I do have a plan to get you, Megan, Kate Nelson, Matthew Holbert, and a whole bunch of authors down here for my kind of symposium conversation. We're gonna make Lindsay get her butt down here as well and bring a couple of songwriters.
I'll sit there and be stupid in the background any day, guys.
Songwriters, by the way, and bring your libraries.
You'll be making the white wine with whipped cream.
I will. I'll be drinking it all and getting stupider. We'll just underscore y'all's conversations with music. How about that?
It sounds great to me.
All right. No, I'd love to do that. That sounds so cool. And I know there's some really great literary gatherings down there, and I've sort of put them on my radar, and so definitely keep me in mind. And I might do a little research about this, about when might be a good time, whether you guys do this or not, for me to show up.
Well, you show up anytime.
Want me to or not.
You can.
Now it's
I want
happening.
you to all the time. And if you happen to show up here and knock on that door, even unannounced, you're one of the few people who won't be like, no, the weddings are around the back. Peter Stark is a regular contributor here on RadioNemo.com. He is one of the official founding members of the Road Gang. Thank you, Peter, so much, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, Lindsay and Jimmy Mack. We'll see you soon.
All right. And by the way, you bet your bottom dollar when that book comes out, Lindsay, we are going to have him on and dig in deep. And I know you are a new fan, and your husband is a new fan. Guys, if you're not reading Peter Stark, you got issues.
You're dumb.
You're dumb.
You're so dumb.
You're dumb because he does the impossible. He actually writes really smart things that everybody can enjoy. It's fantastic. We'll be back on the other side of these messages. A little country and western music news. By the way, let's make sure we get that opening in there as well. My good friend Madison, who's actually doing a terrific job.
Killing it on the ones and the twos, yo.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me? Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Give it up for Lindsay Lawler.
I'll clap for myself.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, hey, welcome to your country and western music news, because, Jim, on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds?
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Okay, well, Jim, we're going to start with the loss of a legend, and we will talk about as it pertains to country and western music news. But wrestling legend Hulk Hogan passed away yesterday at the age of 71, Jim, as you know. Medics were dispatched to his home in Florida after he went into cardiac arrest, but they were unable to revive him. His family was there with him. In honor of him, however, as fans reel from the news of the wrestling titan's death, country fans, Jim, are looking back at some of Hulk Hogan's standout moments on the country and western music stage. Any come to mind?
No, actually.
Why would they?
Go on.
So he's come out on stage and stepped onto many country spaces, actually, more than I realized as I dug in. And which means, I guess, country music welcomes Hulk Hogan with open arms there. They go hand in hand, apparently. So Hulk Hogan was a passionate supporter of the U.S. President Donald Trump. U.S. President, why I put that in there, I don't know, of Donald Trump. He had a political inclination, I will say, that he shared, actually, with country star Kid Rock. So both Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock took the stage on the fourth of the Republican National Conventions last July. And at the time, Hulk Hogan spoke out about the recent assassination attempt on Donald Trump, and then he ripped his shirt off and declared, "Enough was enough. Run wild, brother. Let Trump media rule again." That's like, oh, Doyle rules. That's basically what that is. I'm not laughing at the deceased. I'm laughing at the sentiment behind.
Doyle rules. I don't know, guys. Not right now, but you guys are going down. That's one of my favorite
Doyle
moments.
rules.
Doyle rules.
So he also, Jason Aldean, he closed his 2023 tour in Florida, inviting Hulk Hogan up as a surprise guest for the final show. And Hogan comes up, he strums an acoustic guitar, he blows kisses to the crowd, and then yells, "Let me hear how much love you got for Jason Mania, brother." Everything's mania. Everything's mania.
Everything's mania. Hulkamania.
Hulkamania, Trump mania, Jason mania. And then actually after Hogan's death, Brittany Aldean, Jason Aldean's wife, she shared some backstage footage on Instagram of when Hulk Hogan met their young son, whose name is Memphis. And in the clip, Hulk Hogan autographs baby Memphis, a T-shirt, and then puts him down gently on the ground. And Jason Aldean says, you don't know this yet, son, but that's going to be one of the coolest things to ever happen in your life. Turns out Hulk Hogan was a big fan of Jelly Roll, and last summer Hulk Hogan was in the crowd during a pop-up show that Jelly had in Tampa. And not only that, but Jelly, who's a longtime avid wrestling fan, he treated him like a guest of honor. It was Hulk Hogan's wife's birthday, so Jelly led the crowd in a rendition of Happy Birthday for her during the show. No one, Jim, though, likes walkouts more than that guy, Morgan Wallen. That guy. So Morgan Wallen is known for bringing out superstars, especially like in movies and sports, to come out on stage. So last October, Morgan Wallen was playing in Tampa. Hulk Hogan walked out with him, and along with Buccaneers quarterback Baker Mayfield as well, go Boomer Sooner. And they come out, crowd goes wild. It's a whole deal. But Jim, perhaps the best, greatest country music moment with Hulk Hogan, who do you think it could be with? Who would have the best country music moment? It's a female. There's your hint.
Dolly.
Yeah, baby. happened in 1987 when Hulk Hogan and Dolly Parton pretended to tie the knot during a TV sketch. It wasn't a real wedding. It was a comedic counterpart to a song that Dolly Parton had written and recorded called Headlock on My Heart. I'll say that again. Headlock on My Heart.
I'm looking this up right now, and I'm like, what? That's all during the time when he's actually like hanging out with Sylvester Stallone in the Rocky movies and all that stuff.
Exactly.
Everybody was buddies back then. Everybody liked everybody back then.
Everybody's having a good time. There's a line in the song from Dolly that says, Jim, I guess you could say he's pinned me down for a lifetime.
Oh, my God. And, normally I'd say who wrote that for Dolly, but I know exactly who wrote that for Dolly.
Dolly.
Dolly wrote that for Dolly.
Dolly wrote that for Dolly. I have to end with this because, Jim, years ago when we were out on doing the truck stop tour, Mark Evitz was with us.
Evitz?
And he, at the time, was also playing on Hulk Hogan's daughter, Brooke Hogan, because, of course, she's also a country singer who isn't. And she had a song, and Mark was playing fiddle on her song, Jim. And there's a line in the song. This is so random, but I'll never forget Mark talking about it because he was trying with a straight face to play recording fiddle on this song for Brooke Hogan, Hulk Hogan's daughter. And it's with all due respect, a terrible pop song. She's like, I got out of bed this morning, something like that. I got out of bed, I'm hungover, whatever it is. And she goes to the refrigerator, and the line of the song goes, damn, I'm out of orange juice. That was a real line in her song. Damn, I'm out of orange juice. That's all I can think about when I think of Hulk Hogan now is that.
Lindsay, this entire sequence of country and Western music news in honor of Hulk
It's
Hogan.
stupid, I know.
It's not that it's stupid. I just don't know what to say other than, of course, what Hulk Hogan, rest in peace, Hulk Hogan from Beach Bum. And by the way, RadioNemo, our good friend Tara says, oh, Doyle, I have a feeling your whole family's going down. And Marshall Platter says, all kinds. That's it right there. It takes all kinds to make a Hulkamania. I remember him because my memories of Hulk Hogan, as I'm sure a lot of our listeners of Hulk Hogan, Lindsay, are I was a big wrestling fan in the late 70s, early 80s in Mid-South. You didn't get a chance to see a lot of the other people. The way you found out about other wrestlers was either they came down for a special appearance or they were at the WrestleManias that got started at the Superdome. That's how they really got started. But I would read about Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant in magazines and their epic matches, by the way. What I didn't know at the time was that, Hulk had become a heel and Andre the Giant was the good guy. And now we've lost both of them. Both of them are now gone from us, which is, in many ways, look, I'm not as old as those guys, so I don't feel like my death is imminent. But he was very, very young. I mean, I thought given his fitness and, but he did have a hard health life from all the wrestling he did. But yeah, I mean, whatever you think about the man from a political standpoint of view, it's a lot of people's memories and a lot of nostalgia for a lot of people has now left the earth. I mean,
is he who did he's not doing Step Into a Slim Jim. Oh yeah. Did Hulk do those?
That's Randy Savage.
Oh, that's Randy Savage. All right. But there's something Hulk did. Like I remember from Saturday morning cartoons. Was there a whole cartoon?
Yes, there was.
Or was there? There was. Okay, okay. I'm trying to recall here. There was something that I remember seeing him and probably it's, lots of toys, of course.
Which, by the way, we should actually ask Terry Taylor about that. If he, it was really. It's one of those things too where Terry can't react that way, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot of requests over 1313 Mockingbird Toys. Hey, you got any Hulksters? You got any Hulksters?
Sure.
Any Hulksters working? There was a lot of stuff. We had a lot of merchandise for a while, man. And Rocky 3 put him over the top, man. Rocky 3, he went from just being a wrestling star to a nationwide recognizable public figure, which is really cool, which is how he ends up, of course, with our good friend Dolly, all that stuff. I mean, that blend of wrestling, country western music,
personality,
movies, all that stuff really happens in the 80s. That Planet Hollywood, that culminates in Planet Hollywood with Sly and Arnold and Bruce Willis, of course. That's all part of that, what I call the big bang boom 80s, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the culture.
What is it? Movies for dudes who like movies,
Dudes duding it up in Dude Town.
Absolutely.
The real quick on the wrestling note, I think I've told you the story before, but so Jerry the King Lawler, that's always the first question to me is, are you related to Jerry the King? The answer, I think, is no. But years ago when I first moved to Nashville and was playing at Tootsie's, the first guy, this guy, Chris Griffith, who I still know, still friend, bass player, but he was playing bass for me and he said, "Are you related to Jerry the King?" And I go, "Yeah, he's my uncle." I said it off the cuff, and I assumed he thought I was kidding. Then
Don't kid about it.
Don't kid about it. And then he played for me. Chris played bass for me for like 2 years. And like 2 years later, somebody said, "Are you related to Jerry the King?" And I said, "No." And Chris goes, "What?"
I quit.
I thought he was your uncle. He did. I was like, "Have you only been playing for me because you thought he was my uncle?" He's like, "Well, kinda." And I'm like, "Man, hey, cool, dude." But now now Jerry the King is still alive, by the way.
Yes.
So now I've got to find a way to meet him.
And a pallbearer at Andy Kaufman's funeral.
Oh, really?
Yes, ma'am. All that stuff we now know was all a big giant act that Kaufman was doing because he loved wrestling so much as a kid, and he knew exactly what the artistry of it was. He wanted so badly to have. He knew what it was like to have an audience love him, and he'd experimented with turning audiences off during his show, but he really wanted to have a whole gang of people hate him. And so he became one of the biggest jerks in wrestling by basically saying it wasn't true, which, I mean, everybody knows, wink, that it's completely true. But he went around doing that, and then they had the famous confrontation on David Letterman's show where he slapped him and he pile drived him, all this kind of crazy stuff. Andy Kaufman was in a neck brace for a long time. And then we found out at the end that it was like, okay, it's a great moment in Man on the Moon where Jerry Lawler goes, "Okay, Randy," Andy goes, "Okay, Jerry." And we realized they've been friends the entire time. It's a great moment. And he was
That's amazing. That's the kind of thing that is entertainment greatness, but I don't know if I could ever pull off. It's the same thing, but Joaquin Phoenix did when he pretended he did the whole like Jewish rapper thing or whatever. And apparently it was a joke all along, that whole musical side of things. But I don't know if I could pull that off, knowing that people like the cringe worthy stuff. I don't know if I could pull it off, because I'd be like, they think I'm crazy.
The problem is that I it's really weird. I'm not sure, unless you can be like Bo Burnham, the comedian, where you can actually let people know that you're completely in on the eye. That's a really tough game to play anymore. That, you know, there are people who are trying to recapture that energy, but people always want. It's a tough game, man. It's a tough game.
It's really hard. You got to do it really well.
Yeah.
Well, rest in peace, Hulk Hogan. I hope you're high-fiving. Who is he hanging out with right now, you think?
Randy Savage.
Randy Savage. There you go.
I mean, somebody he could give a high five to. Andre the Giant. Maybe they've reconciled their long-standing rivalry. Maybe in the kingdom of heaven, we're all winners. Who knows? We'll
God, if you can't be a winner there, I don't know where you can. Yeah. Okay, speaking about RIPs, maybe he's hanging out with Waylon Jennings. So country music legend Jim Waylon Jennings, he died. It's been 23 years since he died.
This is not a news alert.
This is not a news alert. Spoiler alert, he's been dead a long time. But so in his hometown of Littlefield, Texas, these billboards are popping up with his and people are trying to figure it out with his flying W symbol, Waylon Jennings symbol on it. So the symbol, it's been featured on these billboards, and it's along with quotes from also recently deceased country star Johnny Rodriguez's The Cowboy record. So one billboard reads, "I'm a cowboy who came from Texas just to play you my music. That's all." But then it's got Waylon Jennings' logo. There's another billboard popping up that says, "My long shaggy hair and the clothes that I wear ain't fit for no big fancy ball." Also with Waylon Jennings' logo. So it's puzzling to people, but there does appear maybe to be an answer as to what's going on. So Waylon Jennings' son, Shooter Jennings, I reported about this a few weeks ago. He's recently revealed that he uncovered a trove, I tell you, of his father's unreleased music. So Shooter Jennings said that he had plans to release three new albums from Waylon Jennings. The first of those is called Songbird. It comes out October 3rd. I'm super excited about it. And just listen to how cool this is. It's just kind of a long quote, but it's about Shooter talking about this. So Shooter said, "In the summer of 2024, so just a year ago, I began digging through and cataloging the hundreds of high-res multi-track transfers of my father's personal studio recordings." Shooter wrote on Instagram back in June. He said, "I spent months examining these tapes. I was hoping that I might find some recordings that the world had not heard before. But what I found was an audio record of incredibly profound artist and his legendary band through their peak period of creative expansion. What became very apparent to me was that my dad, Waylon Jennings, was recording constantly. This is what's cool, Jim. He was recording constantly with his band, the Wailers, between tours. There was so much inside, and my mind was blown. He's like, these weren't demos. These were full songs that were cut with the intention of releasing. And as time went on, basically what happened as time went on, not all of them found their, place on an album. And then as his dad's career went on, the sound of the mid to late 80s marched on towards the new digital media outside, a new frontier, and those classic recordings were put to rest. So think about that. All this amazing, unheard Waylon Jennings content that doesn't get released because by the time someone finds it, we're already too advanced digitally that it wouldn't make sense. So now they're going back and I'm not going to say recutting it, but I guess enhancing it so that it fits in the world. I wish they just release it as it sounds. But we'll see. The first of those 3 albums comes out October 3rd. So what they're saying, Jim, that maybe it's a little treasure hunt of splicing these little nuggets around to do an interesting marketing promotion for it? ?
I don't know. This strikes me as really odd because if we can put together old footage of the Beatles and make an entirely new documentary, and they're constantly reconstituting that stuff. I don't understand the issue. I mean, you've explained it, but
well, I think the issue was more at the time, not now. I think that now Shooter is saying we're going to put it out. They're just going to enhance the quality a little bit.
Oh, that makes me feel better. Okay,
but at the time, the problem was like, by the time they'd been like, because they had so much material. So what was happening, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about with Tim at the Plain White Tees earlier, the idea of having a band. Like if you're on the road with a band and you're in a band, you guys can be making music all the time. Whereas for someone like me or like a solo artist, I only get my shot when I'm in the studio with the band that I'm paying for that day. But these guys, if you're in a band, you're constantly writing, you're constantly recording together. You could release a song a day in theory. So they had all this material. But back in the day, say, they had been recording all this material in the 70s and 80s. And then by the 90s, what I think they're saying, Jim, is that the sound had changed. There's a very distinctive sound of country music in the 70s versus 80s versus 90s. So whereas now, there's so much noise you can release anything. But that wasn't the case at the time. It'd be like, oh, we've already moved on to the 90s sound. I can't release these songs that sound 80s. I think that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and that's interesting to me too. Yeah, you know what? I'll make the case that they're not far enough away and far enough back to get one of those kind of classic box sets, that it was close enough to the present day not to be able to have. Maybe they thought there wasn't anything unique enough about it. It's interesting, and like I said, the music industry was in flux, as it always is at that point. So probably a lot of decision making and thought went into it. Nowadays, I'm telling you, man, that's going to sell. People are going to buy
heck yeah.
that.
Heck yeah.
By the way, Beach Bum reminds us that Hulk Hogan can hang out with Ozzy as well too.
Oh yeah, 2 big legends in 1 week.
Yeah, a lot of people
of the same vein, different talents, same vein.
Madmen of their profession. How about that?
Yes, I like that.
Madmen of their profession. Rest in peace, Ozzy Osbourne as well. Go on, Lindsay Lawler.
I wish I would have gotten to have Ozzy Osbourne on my We Should Write show, because I was reminded by a friend of, you want to look at how crazy Ozzy Osbourne's music was and what he did on stage, but remember, he was wildly bullied, beat up, molested as a child, went through a lot of crazy stuff, never fit in, and he found his way to fit in by not fitting in musically, and that's, he worked his stuff out in music. I mean, he was getting out that pent up anger he felt for how he was treated as a child. He got that out on stage. So for anyone to say, oh, that guy is crazy on stage, well, yeah, look what he went through, and that was his way of getting it out. Like, it's the perfect example of We Should Write, quite frankly.
You know who I was thinking of really quickly you should have on later on, after you've talked to a lot of musical artists, is John Waters, the famous strange filmmaker, because he used to actually, in his off time, would teach creative writing, Lindsay, over at the Baltimore Penitentiary System, and he would tell people in the classrooms, he would say, I'm going to tell you how to take the thoughts that you have, and rather than end up in here, have those thoughts end up on paper.
Yes, exactly. That'd be great. He's living still?
Yeah, and by the way, he actually still hitchhikes and travels across the country in really strange styles. Written a couple
of
books
way.
about that as well, too. Yeah, he really fits into a lot of stuff that we do. And anybody from the 70s also knows him, as I was telling you in the car, the famous film Polyester, the first and only scratch and sniff movie.
Yeah.
If somebody farts on screen and then you have to scratch it, people are like, oh no, I can't believe I have to do this.
Ew, weird.
Go
okay,
on.
well, when he's on my show, we won't talk about that. Okay, Zach Brown. You know Zach Brown Band? I like my chicken fried.
Yeah, I
Cold
do.
beer on Friday night. By the way, that song, they had been singing for 14 years before that song became a hit. So just let that land. People are like, why do you sing? Are you tired of singing that every night? I've heard him say before, like, no, because I had to sing it for 14 years before anyone even knew what it was. I can sing it the rest of my life. If that's what made me a millionaire, so be it.
Oh my God, the idea. There are people who they get that one big hit, they get that one big thing, and some people are like, oh my God, I don't want to ever sing that again now that I've gotten more stuff under their belt. And there are other people, unlike Van Morrison, who say stuff like, oh no, thank you very much for this song. The bank is still filled because of this song.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I walk out to my mailbox every morning and this song pays me, so I'll keep on singing it. So Zach Brown Band, which by the way is made up of there's 9 of them in that band, which is why those guys if you haven't seen them put on a show, it's a show. Like there's not a lot of shows anymore. Bands just kind of sometimes go out and play. That's not a fair statement. The ones that put on a show. And Zach Brown is one of them. But he's bringing his show. It was recently announced he's going to be doing a residency, Jim, at the Sphere in Las Vegas, which starts later this year. And embedded in the huge spectacle of it is actually going to be a really intimate look at his own personal journey, Zach says. So Zach Brown said, this is also, he needs to be on We Should Write, Jim. He said, I'm telling my very personal story that I've never really told of what drove me into music and how music's been there to save my life over and over again. He said specifically about the Sphere shows, which, by the way, will take place in December and January. And so at the same time, the band's latest album called Love and Fear drops the night of the first show in Vegas, which I think is December 5th. And it features collaborations with Snoop Dogg and Dolly Parton. Thank you, Jesus. Talk about hashtag balance.
I'm everywhere, folks. I'm everywhere.
Literally.
And so is Shizzle. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Me and Dolly and Shizzle. That's your president and VP interchangeably, however you want to do it. Zach Brown is only, by the way, the second country act to appear at the Las Vegas Sphere, Kenny Chesney being the first. And he says the residency is something that people are not going to expect. He said, I love throwing people a good curveball. The production, Jim, will explore previously unshared aspects of Zach Brown's life. A glimpse, he says, inside my head, focusing on, here we go, themes of pain, redemption of self, patience for light in the darkness, and the constant evolution of life. Clearly, he needs to be on We Should Write. And actually, this would be a show I would love to go see at the Sphere. He said it's going to be a wild ride coming to the show. I've never been able to have the budget or the time to really create something that is this big before. So Zach Brown, he had already spent 14 months, Jim, crafting the production while simultaneously putting together an album full of songs intentionally designed for the Sphere's massive showcase. So this album he's dropping is designed to work in the Sphere. He said, knowing that I'm writing songs that are going to be able to present this dramatic, operatic, kind of way. So he says he meditated for this moment for even longer period. The last 4 years, he's been trying to think of how he could create a spectacle that elevates the experience that they can give their fans. And he said, I think back to when Pink Floyd came out with The Wall and the size and scale of that production they came out with. So he said, I've always been thinking, what is our wall? Well, he's found it at the Sphere. He said, so then I found out about the building of the Sphere. I went to visit it, and I was like, that's what we're doing. They've got 4 acres of 16K video screen and cutting edge studio there at audio at the Sphere. He said, this is going to be a defining moment in our career. The goal of the Sphere is to step into that legacy act era. He said, to be amongst the Jimmy Buffetts, the Rolling Stones, the Grateful Deads. And that's ballsy saying we're going to try to step up to that, but he felt it. And he really wants Jim to dive into these emotions. So I think, the singer, he has on his, I wanted to pull up this one song. Anyway, he says, he's never wanted the deeper emotions of his music and the underlying story of his personal triumphs and tragedies to get lost in the spectacle. He wants to make sure that that's seen there. So, Jim, he's got many beachy toes in the sand kind of song, boozy songs in his catalog that's got this lighthearted spirit of escapism, but he does have a lot of songs about life struggles while offering, the shimmers of light. So, and for instance, Jim, he has a song called Highway 20 Ride. Do you know this song?
I do, actually.
And I think about that song. My dear friend Jason Hively, who may or may not be listening right now, would make a drive from Nashville to Atlanta every week to go get his son. He would drive up Friday, pick up his son, drive him back to Nashville that night, have him Friday night, Saturday, and then Sunday make the drive back again. So we would do like 8 hours there and back every Friday and Sunday just to get that 48 hours with his son. And Jason said he would listen to that Highway 20 Ride song as he drove, because he was driving Highway 20 to get there. And I think about that, like what different songs mean to different people, which is what, again, we should write about. And that's what this is diving into. Just think about driving and crying, listening to a song that is mimicking what you were actually doing in that moment and feeling that. And I think that's what Zach Brown is going to try to create here at the Sphere, putting people in the moments of joy and pain. I have not been to the Sphere yet. This is the first show that's actually, and I'm not even necessarily a huge Zach Brown fan, but this one would inspire me to go see it. So tickets for that show go on sale today, y'all. I may go. He said, by the way, what they're doing during colder weather during the Sphere, the song Colder Weather, will be insane and will blow your mind. I kind of want to go. And by the way, it's the same week that Dolly Parton's residency is going on. And by the way, it's my birthday week, so I just might do that. Okay, finally, to wrap it up, in 1988, on this day in country and Western music history, Set 'Em Up Joe by country music artist Vern Gosdin was #1 on the country chart. Set 'em up, Joe, and play Walking the Floor. Set 'em up, Joe, and play Walking the Floor. That song was a tribute to Ernest Tubb, by the way, who was Vern Gosdin's, I guess, a hero mentor. It was his second #1 on the country chart. So that is your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Jim, would you go see the show at the Sphere?
I'd go with you. I would go with you.
But other than that, you're not interested?
Well, I'm interested, but there's other things higher on my bucket list. But if it was going,
you mean other people at the Sphere, or just going to the Sphere in general?
I mean, that's a big investment on a show. But if you were going and you said, for my birthday, I want you to come, I would absolutely go, because one of the great joys of my life, as Madison brings up the music to take us into a break, is actually you love getting really great people together. I love seeing my friends absolutely having the time of their lives. I hope you guys are this morning, by the way. Thanks so much for taking the ride with us. We'll be back on the other side. By the way, it takes over 100 trucks to make WrestleMania happen. And the show itself, WWE, about 12 to 14. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Live and rolling once again. It's Road Gang Radio, broadcasting from NOLA to Nash. And now we have Tara the Turtle with us.
Hey,
She's
Tara.
kind of Nash. She's Clarksville. She's to our west.
Before we drop her on in here, Lindsay, I want to let people know that, speaking of trucking, Zach Brown's band actually uses 14 18-wheelers to transport equipment and 9 tour buses. That's what Zach Brown alone takes when he's making his way across the country. In 2018, Mack Truck had a big announcement that they had a relationship established with him to create a custom truck for his tour, as a matter of fact. I point this out, by the way, because there's just some cool stuff in regards to what it is you guys do, including friends of ours like Paperclip, not the Paperclip that Jane and I were talking about, Paperclip Jared, who is, in fact, a merch trucker for a lot of concert tours out there. It's how I got to see Bryan Adams, was he arranged that for Claire, Dave, and I, which was a really cool night, by the way.
And that's something, we've been talking about it for a while. You know, when I filled in for you one day in the past, Jim, and Dean Croak and I, that guy, did the segment on, we really just broke down specifically the Taylor Swift tour when the Eras tour is going on and what that looks like, because it was the first tour to hit $1 billion, and it had something like 21 trucks, I want to say, plus planes. It's the craziest thing that's ever happened in trucking, because they were piggybacking. They would have one full crew at tonight's venue and the next crew already at tomorrow's venue, which you'd have to do for something of that magnitude. But I really want to circle back, Jim, on doing the tour logistics segment, whether that's breaking down each tour, talking about logistics of NASCAR, trucking, concert, any of it, because it goes back to, again, Jim, I mean, that segment would actually be better for non-truckers. I mean, good for truckers to listen and go like, yep, I know that. But for the other people, again, that show up to these concerts, to realize you were only sitting here at this concert tonight because the trucks got all the stuff there. Like it does not, at risk of being cliche, it does not happen without the trucks. And to break down what's going on behind the scenes while you sit there with your Budweiser and scream and take your top off, there's a lot that happened for you to be able to do that.
And you sing it very well. They say that the road ain't no place to start a family. One of the reasons why people like Dolly and Zach Brown do residencies, why you actually set up someplace and do the show, is it means less load time, because there's no load time. It also means you're going back to a hotel that usually is very comfortably kind of established for you, or a place that you are renting or that you've purchased. Because, man, it doesn't matter how old you get, how rich you get, how powerful you get, how well-known you get. Lindsay can tell you, man, the road is the road. No matter how much comfort you travel in it, after a while, it begins to really wear and tear. So for the people out there listening, just always want to let you know we're always thinking of you. We always know you're out there, and we appreciate you so much. We like to work your comments in. We like to work your participation in. With that in mind, Lindsay, would you care to pivot and do the introduction?
I would love to. Thank you. Speaking of pivoting, speaking of planes, trains, and automobiles, I was on a plane with this next guest, a.k.a. our VIP employee here, Tara the Turtle Garris, Tara Hare Garris, touchdown. I don't know which. I'm just going to call you Tara. Tara, we had some turbulence on our plane yesterday that made us both a little scared, but we survived.
We sure did.
We survived, and you're here. Good morning to the social media queen in our lives. Hello, my love.
Oh my goodness. Hello. Good morning, Jimmy. Good morning, Lindsay. It's a little different doing a segment after seeing you guys in person. I feel like I kind of know you a little bit. I don't know. It feels weird, you know?
Are you just now getting to know us?
It is. It's so strange. Like, I got to meet Claire Marie for the first time, and it's like, in the worst way. Like, it's so bad to say, but it feels like you guys are like characters in my life. You know what I mean? And then I come in person, like, oh, okay, these people are real. Oh, got it. Okay. So for me, it just doesn't do justice sometimes. I want to hug you guys. So it was so cool getting to see the entire Nemo crew in one room. Like that was just so magical, and I just love it so much.
Let me also say something here, and I'm going to put my butt on the line by speaking for them. If you guys think that we are like different people behind the scenes than the ones that you talk to on the air, I mean, look, we have our private lives and our tribulations, but I hope that our good friend Marshall and our good friend Jerry and our good friend CJ Chisholm can communicate to you guys, if you let us know you're coming, don't just drop in. We don't, that's a little different thing. But if you let us know you're coming, we will roll out the red carpet for you. We'll treat you right. We'll get you into the conversation. We dropped Jerry in on the air. We got Marshall, who was absolutely dynamic, I thought, in talking about recruiting. He was fantastic and also had a great shout out when Colin Long was on the air. So I just want to kind of remind people, if in fact you want to make the journey, you got to let us know. But on those occasions, we love to have you on. We love your company and your participation, which is why we have Breaker Talk back. Just wanted to get that out there as well.
Yes, I mean, the number of people who came to the party to hang out, show their support, I mean, it was truly heartwarming, and it left me more excited about the future of the show and all of our other programming. And I was excited before, don't get me wrong, but having people in person, it just brings it we're straight to the table. It's reality. And then, it was just so exciting, and including We Should Write. Lindsay, I have to take a quick second to congratulate you on the launch of your new show. We're all so proud of you and thrilled. I'm so excited to see where the journey leads. And we did drop a reel on launch day of We Should Write featuring Lindsay and her first guest, Fred LeBlanc. And the comments started rolling in, and I just have to share them with you. I loved that reel. It was so fun to make. I was so excited to be on site with you. Instead of just you sending me some footage of me editing, I was excited to be able to produce the whole thing. And Marty Monchiello, former White House chef, who I had the pleasure of meeting at the party, said, "Beautiful work, Linz." And then Ten Ring wrote, "Lindsay, I would love to hear Ray Lynn come on with you. She's by far my favorite new artist and the main reason I'm going to see Jason Aldean in September." So I love that you're already getting guest requests. That is, and they're coming in left and right.
I love that. And that's a good reminder that you bring that up. Because our Brad Klepper of Driver's Legal Plan, he texts me all the time artists that he likes. He turns me on to music. Dre's really good about that too. And so I'm reaching out to some of his favorite artists to have on We Should Write. So if there are people, whether you're listening in the chat, you can email as well, weekends@RadioNemo, or message Tara, comment on any of our posts. If there's people you want to hear on We Should Write, let me know, and I will do what I can to have them on. Because, by the way, to Jim's point, for this to be a real podcast, it's got to live, then living as a podcast. I need to hit at least 500 episodes, so I need some content, guys.
I'll send you my list.
Okay, thank you.
My request.
Actually, Lindsay, I'll make your life a little easier. It's 52 pieces of content. It means you got a whole year in the can.
Okay, cool. I can do that.
500 is a party. 52 is, hey, man, you done it.
We done it.
Attainable.
Yeah, that's
okay.
attainable.
I love that.
Well, I've already got the first 7 booked, so I'm on my way, guys.
Go on.
Go on. So Ten Ring said that he was going to Jason Aldean's concert, and you guys were talking about the tour logistics. That stuff is so interesting to me, and it brings kind of that behind-the-scenes look. I actually know Jason Aldean's tour bus driver. He used to drive for Sugarland, actually, originally. I know him personally, and I'd love to have him on the show. He actually drove for Jason during the Las Vegas shooting back in 2017. I know that was major headlines, but maybe we could have him on the show. I think that'd be fun.
That would be fun. Yeah.
Love that.
Done. The other thing too, Jason Aldean is obviously a little bit of a bigger get. It's funny, both Jim and Tara, what's interesting about the show and the concept, some people are hard gets unless you know it. They're only a hard get if you have to go through their people. But I like people that I know personally or have a connection to. Like Fred LeBlanc would have been more difficult to get if I didn't have a personal connection to him. So I think as this goes on and we get to know more and more people personally, if you have a direct ask, it's much more attainable. And so anyway, I think, but on the flip side of that, whether it's Jason Aldean or somebody who has written some of Jason Aldean's biggest hits, I certainly know those people as well. So it's two different sides of the coin there, Jim.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
100%.
It's interesting too because we had Ryan Pote on Wednesday as well, the author. You should really check out his book. We got him because Mark Graney, when his people were talking to Claire, Mark Graney thinks the world of us, which means his people like us a lot, which means they were then able to recommend somebody else that was hot, new, and upcoming, and that's really so important to remember in our jobs. And I'm not bragging because, man, Scott and Ashley do the same kind of good work. It's why they keep getting great guests. Trucking with Oida is coming up. I'll give you a preview of that in a second, guys. But that's the thing is, if you honor the people who come into your house, whether it's Marshall stopping by just to say hi or Fred LeBlanc stopping by to launch a new podcast, that's what really builds up content, is that other content creators keep saying, you listen to Lindsay Lawler. She's a cool cat. That's kind
of
it. Right
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And also, I agree with that statement.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Go on.
Go on.
Carolyn Pfister, who you guys have had on the show before, of course, commented, "I'm so excited for you, Lindsay." And Robert G commented, "So glad this is finally happening." And Lindsay, 17 years, I know we keep saying it, but that's a really long time to have a passion project, and to be able to act on it is, I know that has to be freeing for you.
Yeah, it was. I didn't sleep the night before, not because I didn't think I could do it, but it was more. It wasn't because I didn't think I could do it. It was more that I couldn't believe I was actually doing it, and then not really knowing exactly what it was. Like, I started saying we should write with a good friend of mine, Laura Donahue, years ago, and then I made T-shirts, and then we did a photo shoot for it just for funsies. And then I thought, well, maybe it's an app. Maybe it's a publishing thing to connect writers. It, went through all these things. And then it finally came down to, well, no shit, Sherlock. It's what do I do? Radio. Okay, it's a radio show, dumbass. Why are you trying to make it something it's not? It can evolve and become whatever is going to become as we launch, because I do think, both Jim and Tara, there's a beautiful community and live event space that this will branch out of it, but at its core it's a conversation. And so the conversation now being out there, I feel like the first episode's out, the second episode is coming to you next Wednesday, and then we're off to the races. Now I've just got it. Now it's the pressure of the 52nd episode, keeping up with it. So next year, July of 2026, if I'm still around, if I'm still here walking God's green earth, we've made it.
You will be, of course. We're manifesting that. You will be here, and we will be a whole year's worth of guests, and we're so excited to see where it goes.
Yep.
I want to drop. I want to drop Mark in here just for a second. We're going to do two things here. We're going to drop Mark in here for a second to let him tell us all hello and good morning. And also after that, I'm going to preview the OIDA show, and we'll get back to Breaker Back Talk. Mark, go ahead.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Lindsay, I have to say congratulations on your new show.
Thank you.
But I haven't listened to it yet. That's later today.
Thanks for nothing, then. Well, guess what? Good news. It's actually up now. It is live on the iHeart podcast. I haven't looked on Spotify or Apple, but I know it's on iHeart. We didn't think it'd be up this quickly, but it is. So you can listen as a podcast. Just search "We Should Write" and iHeart. Listen, and everybody listening, by the way, when you listen, add that follow and add that, add it to your list. Don't just listen, add it, because that helps us. Add it as a preset and hit that follow button. It helps us with analytics. That's very important to us. So please do that as opposed to just listening. So Mark, go on. Thank you.
I will do that when I go listen to it later. And because I'm going to have some time on Monday morning to be listening to things before I go under the knife. So.
Mark, you got to keep us in the loop on that, by the way, my brother. We want to know every moment you can communicate. Please, you have my personal number. Please let me know what's going on as it develops.
I will.
And please tell your wife not to have a coronary at the same time you're getting operated on, okay?
I shall. Have a great one, everybody. I'll catch y'all later.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark.
Friend of the show and regular caller, Mr. Hazmat himself, Mr. Ohio, Kentucky, our good friend, Mark, calling from Ohio. OIDA, how high can we go? Cargo theft numbers are still going up, and the criminals are adjusting their targets to fit their needs. But the good guys are fighting back. And Keith Louie of CargoNet is going to be bringing Scott and Ashley those efforts. Plus, Kyla Lanier of TAT, our good friends over of Truckers Against Trafficking, explains how the fight against human trafficking now includes all 50 states standing together for the first time. News of the day and more on a brand new edition of Trucking with OIDA. And now we're back to Breaker Back Talk with our good friend Turtle, Tara Garris, touchdown herself.
Go on.
Thank you, guys. Well, we did a lineup reel. You guys actually did my lineup reel, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Everything was wild. But Old Dog commented and said, "Hey, friends, love ya." Jody wrote, "That's a very beautiful young lady next to you, Jimmy." Agreed. And
I thank you.
Oh, thank you, Jody. And then Texas-based gaming streamer Roscoe jumped in the conversation on TikTok to show you guys some love, and Chowder commented, Fun promo. Love the green mic. We love the turtle. All kinds, both kinds. Snapping, painted, box, sea turtles, desert turtles, all of it. So hit the like and hit the thumbs up button. Thank you, John, for always.
We don't discriminate. We love all turtles.
We love all turtles.
I want to kind of contextualize that video really quickly because basically, Tara usually does that video for this particular show. I'm not giving Tara any grief. You have to understand that we've had a lot going on down here. We've been kind of promoting this thing, talking about this thing, getting the word out, staying on top of folks all the time. That being said, this was one of those moments where Dave was bringing Nick and Lindsay and Tara all to the airport. We had to make a quick dash out the door. Tara's like, maybe I can make the video at the airport. I'm like, that's enough of that. I said, just get the camera rolling. Lindsay and I were sitting together. I said, we're going to cold read it. And we did. And everything you see there, that wasn't rehearsed. That was like, here we go, one take, let's get it done. And we got it done.
Dave was timing us. He said, we have 3 minutes left. We have to leave the airport. You know how Dave is. He wants to be on time. And we appreciate that, our little Uber driver, Dave. And so I was like, we have 3 minutes.
He did take the wrong exit and almost made us late, but go on.
That's true.
Did he take the old airport exit?
I don't no idea.
He was so cute. We were in a conversation, like we were all, myself, Nick, and Tara were all like just slapstick, literally dumber and dumbest in the car. I'll let you decide who was who. And we were like, Dave, are you so ready to get us out of your car? He's like, right now I'm really mad I took the wrong exit because you're in my car an extra 5 minutes because of it. And we're like, can we get it? Sorry. Go on.
Dave.
Always.
Dave.
Always Dave. Tiny little tidbit. I know this is not called Tara's Tidbits anymore, but speaking of the turtle conversation, really quick, Lindsay and I were on the flight home yesterday, and we sat next to this sweet girl who she was talking to us about tons of things, but I told her my name, and she said that my name meant land and water. And so it hit me. Terrapin means a turtle that lives on land and water, and I don't think my mom meant to do that, but it sure does fit.
It's full circle that you're Tara the turtle, and you did. I mean,
circle moment.
That's you stepping into your true power of a turtle. Now, don't get squashed on the freeway, please.
Right. Hopefully not. But over on our YouTube channel, we're going to switch gears here a little bit. We've had a lot of comments on our YouTube channel, so I'm going to try to quickly get through these real quick. But Sean F., big shout out real quick, always checks in, listens to the replay. So I love the beauty of this. Listen live, listen later, always listens on the replay. And nobody really comments on the replays usually because it's not live. They know they're not going to get that live feedback from us. And so Sean F. always just comments listening on the replay, and I love that he checks in. So thank you, Sean. But he also commented on Maintenance Matters segment from last week, and it was the Leading the Leaders segment, and said always a good segment. Maintenance really does matter.
Yeah, pretty
baby.
Terrific. By the way, and Kevin Lindsay is consistently so willing to roll with the punches and so willing to kind of call audibles all the time. He deals with drop-ins and phone calls. He is a decent man. He is a good man, and in many ways, he is a great man, and we are always thrilled to have his company. He's a veteran. He is a guy who can handle
Great American.
He's a great American. He's not overrated. As Brad Bentley, yourself, and I would say, a truly great American. We love Kevin Lindsay over there. Just a terrific dude. Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah.
100%. But we had a comment that they sometimes come in like on the full show replay, but it's so fun because it still comes in on the live chat where they were listening and what segment they were listening to in the full show. So I love that. And this was during the Fred LeBlanc interview from Wednesday. And this one says, it's funny to hear that Jenny was a breakup song. It really hits me as an upbeat statement. Let it go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because Fred LeBlanc of Cowboy Mouth was our first. Susan Fall, publicist in the trucking world and friend of ours, asked me, why did you choose to have Fred? Like after all this time of waiting, why was Fred your very first guest? And why I did that. And actually, I'm so glad I did because it tied in Road Gang Radio and the Road Gang and everything Dave's created and what Jim and I have been trying to create here and our whole team here. It made it for me. I was like, okay, this isn't just, especially the first episode, just about me and wanting to, talk about the healing power of writing. It's so, without me even thinking about it, it landed why this all makes sense together. Having Fred, he is from New Orleans, still lives in New Orleans, has always been. He said that he used to listen to the Road Gang back when he was in the punk band dash Rip Rock. And he said we would choose the songs that we were going to do, or the cover songs we do, based on if Dave Nemo was playing it and the Road Gang. So I love how it all came together. And then, Fred diving into what Jenny says is about. It's about one thing to him, but it's about something else to everybody else. You can make it what you want. It's exactly what the songwriting process is, and about the creative act, as Rick Rubin calls it. So I love all that. I'm glad our listeners get it. And if you haven't heard it yet, the podcast, just go to our website, go to radionemo.com, click on We Should Write. It'll tell you all the places you can listen, which are everywhere. Please listen, please follow, please subscribe. It's free.
It is. It's free. But yes, Lindsay, that moment was just actually insane. You're just like, nonchalantly just being like, this is how it started. This is Dave Nemo, all the things. And he's like, no way. And then it was just a funny moment. Like, Nick started showing the albums, the old vinyls from WWL, and he was just appalled. He was like, this is so cool. And then Dave just
he wasn't appalled. He was excited.
He was appalled. He didn't know. He was appalled. He didn't know. He was appalled.
Yeah, he didn't know what he was walking into, and so he was just like, "This is insane." And then Dave walks in, just like eating a pizza, just like nonchalantly walks in. So it was such a Dave moment, and he was just like, "Oh, hey, Dave!" Like, it was just so funny. But yes, like the healing power of writing. You keep saying that, and it's so true. And I love artists that they don't want to say what the song is about. They're like, I want everyone to have their own way of interpreting that. And I personally love that. I think that hearing the backstory of a song is beautiful. And I also love when people just don't share. They're like, I want you to interpret that for what it means for your life. And I think both ways are so fun.
Agreed. Go on.
Are you going to get to Debbie Landry's comment? Is that going to happen on our in our neck of the woods today? Debbie Landry.
That sounds like a no. You go for it, Jim.
By the way,
go for it,
so
Jim.
Debbie Landry, who I'll set this up and you'll get where we're going with this. Debbie Landry, who is the director of driver services at Halvor Lines. See where I'm going now? Actually commented, yes, nice, Marshall, 5-hour show. I caught the interview with you at about 2 hours and 45 minutes into the show. If anybody wants to listen, I actually wrote on Marshall's post. I said, Debbie, he was dynamic and insightful. Marshall says, Debbie, I actually make my first comment when Ido is on at the hour and 52-minute mark. She says, I'm going to go back and check it out. And then Debbie Landry says about Marshall Platter, Jimmy Mack, we love Marshall at Halvor Lines. So that's a really great way that we made our way onto Marshall's post, who posted about us and tagged us all. And then Debbie Landry, who, of course, does all the work over there at Halvor, actually jumped in and said nice things and got a little conversation going there. I'm sorry, Tara. Go on.
No, we love that. Thank you for bringing that. I didn't see that one yet, so thank you. But we've got some love on the recent Nemo Nation feature with Mike Gaffin, a.k.a. the Boston Trucker, as you guys may know him. We've had him on the show before during Matt's last year. But Miss Denise J, I've never seen that one in the comments, so love that for us. But says, one of our biggest hearts in trucking lives in Mike Gaffin. Says, great segment, Team Nemo. And we love Mike. He's so down to earth, and just he produces a lot of great trucking content on all of his social media. So I loved that interview.
I got a chance. Dean Croak came down here, by the way, flew all the way down here. Actually, also, once again, has provided Claire Marie with a whole bunch of great guests that will be showing up on Nemo Nation, that will be showing up in the future, who haven't been there yet. And he and I talked about that segment, Lindsay. Mike Gaffin, who is always engaging, was so incredibly funny. And really, he gets the gag as much as anybody else about what Nemo Nation is. Get in, get out, tell us where you're going next, and we move on. And we're going to get Mike on for a longer interview in the course of the week. During one of the Road Gang Radio first half of the shows about how we make a living, talk about how Mike goes about making a living. He was terrific. It's a really great segment. I can't encourage you guys enough to find the segment over at radionemo.com. Go on.
Hey, last thing I have to say, quick shout out to Jerry Bowers, who also attended the grand opening party. He posted a bunch of great photos from the event and from the studio, and he captioned it, Viva la Resistance, #RGR. And that is that. I thank you guys so much for having me. I always enjoy this segment, and it was so great seeing you both, and a pleasure talking to you this morning. And I can't believe I get to see you guys in 3 short days again. That never happens. It's usually goodbye followed by months apart from each other. So I hope you guys have the best weekend. And to all of our listeners out there on the road, thank you for everything that you do. And thank you for being loyal listeners of RGR. I'm out, guys. Have a great rest of the show.
Tara the turtle out, but not squashed.
No, not squashed.
Not squashed.
Never squashed.
And not soup at Galatoire's. Listen to me, Lindsay. You've been trying to get back to Texas. As the song goes, guess what? You're going back to Texas next week.
Yeah, I mean, let me preface. When I wrote "trying to get back to Texas," I should have said "trying to get back to Texas," but not necessarily in the summer. So we're going when it's the hottest. We're going to hell in Texas in summer. We will be broadcasting live next week from the TXTA conference in Austin, Texas. I love me some Texas. It'll be fun to be there together. We will have some Texas-based content, all the TXTA, of course, content. Tim Howells from the Plain White Tees will be our guest because he lives in Austin. He'll be the guest on We Should Write. It's going to be a fun week, and we'll get to dream and scheme together with a little less chaos going on, although there's always chaos. So who am I kidding?
Who am I kidding? By the way, you've already been to hell. You were in New Orleans in July. By the way,
that's true.
Cargo theft numbers are up, but the good guys are fighting back. Our good friends over at OOIDA, OOIDA, Scott and Ashley, going to be talking about that with Keith Louie of CargoNet, Kyla Lanier of TAT, and, they got all the news that's fit to actually talk about on the podcast known as Trucking with OOIDA. It's coming up next. Guys, be safe out there. We're going to stick around with you to listen to OOIDA. Hope you guys do as well, too. Lots of great content coming your way. Love ya. Bye.
Get home safe.
This has been a production of RadioNemo.com. Go to RadioNemo.com and make the miracle happen over there. You can find us over at...
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Cargo theft running rampant from traditional methods to newer ones, what we can learn from the trends, and how you can stay safe.
Plus, the fight against human trafficking continues, and for the first time ever, all 50 states are stepping up. Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson.
Scott, lots to get to today.
Yes, busy Friday.
Busy Friday, yes, indeed. We're going to be looking at efforts to combat human trafficking as well as cargo theft, two, pretty big topics that we cover a lot.
Yeah, Keith Lewis from CargoNet is going to join us here in just a few minutes to talk about some of the new trends. We pointed some of them out, I think, a few days ago with metals being kind of one of the trending
copper theft
targets. And organized criminal rings and all this that's going on out there. Between that and then we've got also the fraud aspect of things kind of, jumping up as well. It's really concerning.
Yeah.
That's why it's good to have people like Keith Lewis, I think, on the show to talk to them about what we're seeing out there. And most importantly, what people can do to...
if he has any advice.
Yeah, to stay safe and stay off the radar from some of these folks who are doing some really bad things. And speaking of bad things, human trafficking, still an issue. I know we're going to speak with Kyla Lanier from TAT.
Yes.
Quite a bit to talk about there as well, right, with the CVSA.
Yeah, CVSA earlier this year Canada, Mexico, U.S. Areas there did human trafficking, kind of an awareness campaign. So we're getting some numbers back from there. We're going to chat with her and see how those look and, what can be done to help this issue.
Yeah, helpful information there for sure. Speaking of information, let's get to some news of the day here, Ashley, and noticed a couple of new surveys that are out. And these are interesting, too, because they kind of give us a way to look in to see how people are feeling out there amid all the conditions that we talk about on a daily basis. And some interesting stuff from these two surveys.
Yeah, the first one, truckstop.com, recently came out with one on how technology is used to help truck drivers, be more efficient. And the majority of truck drivers are quite optimistic about the future of the industry when it comes to technology. They're thinking, more fraud prevention, route optimization. Some truckers are even saying they're getting more comfortable with AI-powered tools, which I thought was interesting. As for what they're thinking will be the biggest influences on the industry for the next 5 years, load availability, fuel costs, and emerging technologies. So definitely, I think all things we probably could have expected.
And this is the one from truckstop.com.
Yes.
Is the survey here. Yeah, and that is interesting, I think, because technology, I think, for a lot of folks is a concern as well, too, about it kind of creeping into the cab and taking some controls away and being kind of the big brother in the cab, too. But for the most part, this survey found that people are open.
Positive about it,
Yeah, as long as it can help them in their operations and their daily and
work
their daily
for
life.
them, not against them, which is, of course,
that's
the worry.
That's that crazy fine line you gotta kind of balance on there for sure. But interesting there from truckstop.com. And we've got another one from Conversion Interactive Agency, but not the CIA, not that CIA, a different CIA.
Different one.
Yeah.
The 2025 carrier survey from Conversion Interactive Agency and PDA. Did I say that right?
That's right, PDA.
Right.
Not that PDA either.
Not the other
this one's
PDA.
People Data Analytics, yeah.
So they released a survey recently called Uncovering Carrier Perspectives on Today's Driver Landscape. Some of the key findings in that were concern is still growing amongst carriers over the current state of the freight economy, something else I know that we've talked about on our show.
Yeah.
Retention is one of the top issues mentioned, which, of course, is something that OOIDA has been saying for years. It's not a shortage problem. It's a retention problem.
Yeah. And I think, 38% of motor carriers in this survey still do not have a formal driver retention program in place. And as you said, OOIDA, this has been the recurring theme. This is kind of the underlying theme, I think, of everything that not everything, but most things that we talk about here is, how are you treating the people that work for you? And especially on the heels of that testimony in the Senate subcommittee that we covered yesterday on yesterday's show, about all these things that are pushing drivers out of the industry. And yet a lot of these companies still are not thinking about retention. Which makes you wonder, are they more thinking about the churn or what it is? But that was one interesting thing I noticed in that survey as well, too.
Something else they looked at, pay, of course. Majority of carriers said they're unsure if they're going to be able to give any raises to drivers, or they just straight up said no because they don't have it in the budget. Nearly 30% said they do plan to pay drivers more in the near future, so kind of a mixed bag on that one.
Yeah, and also a majority, 54% of carriers also said the freight economy was their top concern right now, which I think tracks with, mostly what we hear out there as well, too, is as to when this freight recession, is it over? Is it not over? What's that going to look like? I think the jury is still out to a degree, but the fact of the matter remains that we are still kind of on rock bottom, still scraping the bottom of the barrel here with rates and everything else as well. So some optimism there. It's good to be optimistic, obviously. But
glass half full.
Yeah, for sure. Let's move on to another story here out of Ohio. And let's give kudos to states like Ohio. Florida's another one that has really taken on this truck parking problem, recognized the problem, and are actively trying to do something about it. In the case of Ohio here, they recently reopened 4 new rest areas in 3 counties. 2 are off US 30, 2 more off US 33, each with 10 truck parking spaces between them, bringing a total across the 4 to 40 spots. This is part of a larger plan across Ohio That includes 36 new rest areas and upgrades to more than 40 others by the end of 2026. And I just checked before we walked in here, Ashley. At this moment, this very moment right now, the state of Ohio has 82 rest areas statewide that have truck parking spaces.
Wow.
It is good to see these states, making this a commitment for sure. And that's what it's going to take, to end this truck parking crisis as we know it right now.
Yeah, definitely. Another story we were looking at, bridge strikes. A number of states are joining together for a campaign this week called Check Your Height, Know It's Right. The goal of this is, of course, to encourage truckers to be aware of bridge clearance and what they're hauling. The Eastern Transportation Coalition is supporting this campaign. One thing that they said, which I thought was interesting, was that bridge strikes, they're oftentimes, not experienced truck drivers. They're people driving moving trucks, delivery vans that aren't kind of in that mindset
Makes
to
sense.
know, is this going to fit? So a few tips, of course: know your height, don't rely on GPS. We've seen that many times. And of course, pay attention to the signs.
Yes, indeed. And fresh off the heels of our talk with Missy Cummings about autonomous vehicle safety, we've got a new partnership to tell you about. It's between Bot Auto and Steves & Sons. Bot Auto is the autonomous trucking company here, if you couldn't tell by the name. Steves & Sons is a company that manufactures doors, and the partnership here means autonomous trucks will be used to be hauling loads for Steves & Sons in Texas, more specifically between Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio. No word yet on whether a human's going to be in the cab for those runs, but it is worth noting that Bot Auto specializes in level 4 technology, meaning it can handle most driving situations without a human stepping in.
Interesting.
But they can only really operate in specific locations like highways. So another wrinkle to the Texas autonomous vehicle experiment that continues. Let's move on here real quick because we've got someone on the line now to talk about cargo theft. We mentioned him earlier, Keith Lewis of CargoNet. Keith, how you doing?
Good, thanks. And thanks for the opportunity.
So numbers just came out from the second quarter of the year. Obviously, things aren't looking great. Just wondering, can you walk us through what you found with that?
Well, sure. Well, these are numbers that these thefts are reported to us by our members. We've got different verticals of members: insurance, asset-based carriers, owner-operators, freight brokers, freight forwarders, insurance, and our most valued client is our law enforcement relationship with law enforcement officers all over the United States that provide this data to us. So we saw almost a 22% increase. And a lot of that has to do with the increase in the fraud. And primarily what we saw was a big increase in copper thefts, copper and food and beverage for this quarter. So food and beverage is always going to lead the pack, but we're seeing that increase in the commercial and industrial. It's up. It's not a significant number, 27 to 18, but it's still, an increase. And again, this is just a picture of what is stolen in the United States. There's no mandatory reporting to law enforcement, so a lot of it doesn't get reported. There's no mandatory reporting to us. Some people report to us and they don't report to law enforcement. They report to law enforcement, they don't report to us, or they report to both. Or we find it doing some research on our own. So we're probably, industry experts will say this is about a 10% picture. I would say that's probably pretty accurate. I don't put myself in that group of industry experts. I'm focused solely on the data, the true numbers that we can provide.
10%. So essentially you're saying the real numbers, quote unquote real numbers, are probably up to 10 times higher than what we're seeing out there right now?
That's according to some of the subject matter experts that you'll hear that I would consider in that group. One thing that you have to remember is we don't include rail thefts in our numbers. In the rail industry, the three largest rail providers in the United States, in the U.S. and Canada, just in a testimony to the legislature in Washington, just reported they had 65,000 thefts just on their own.
Wow. What the numbers that we're looking at here are high across the board. And you said something earlier I wanted to kind of circle back to. You mentioned fraud, we've got kind of different pockets of this criminal activity, I guess, as it were, right? We've got the fraud kind of on one side. We've got traditional cargo theft on the other. You mentioned that the rise, at least in your numbers, is primarily due to an increase in fraud. If you were to kind of separate those two, how big an increase, I guess, are we seeing with fraud schemes and things like that, as opposed to the traditional cargo theft, measures that we see?
Okay, so a couple of answers to that. Fraud's coming in probably about 40% of the total of our thefts now. It's increased to about 40%. And depending on which time period you want to look at, since 2020, 21, we can say fraud is up, I think one of our charts said 1,475%.
Wow. That's wild.
Yeah, I know. It's a big number. And traditional cargo theft is up about 90%. From the COVID, the COVID period we had of 2020.
Wow. You mentioned, some of the things that are stolen that have gone up, the metals, food and beverage. Do you find that changes from quarter to quarter, or is that kind of on par for what you've seen?
Well, we'll see some. We will see. I wouldn't say quarter to quarter. What you have to remember is you'll have some. For example, what just happened in South Texas with the floods. You'll see all of a sudden you'll see bottled water being stolen, or MREs, or other type of supplies, building materials. You'll start to see increases based on natural disasters. And then you'll see what happened in California a few years ago with the big push to electric everything, right? Your lawnmower has to be electric. Everything has to be electric. So we had a little panic there in Western Arizona and California on electricity, how we're going to power our house. And we saw an increase in solar panels. So, and at that same time, we had the solar panel incident to kind of drill down food and beverage. It was energy drinks. Energy drinks are legal. You make it for a penny, sell it for $1, and it's addictive. So, there's a lot of different anomalies that kind of come around this. But the one thing we have to remember is it's a push-pull, right? So what the consumer is buying, that's what the criminal is stealing. The criminal in the old days, back when I was on a federal task force, they'd steal everything. They'd steal it, and if they couldn't sell it, we'd find it abandoned on the side of the road. We just don't see that anymore. The thefts now are more targeted. They know what they're stealing before they steal it, and they typically have it sold, or most of it sold, or a place to cross-dock it, divert it, before they even steal it. So one of the other emerging problems we have now is the international. Most of these groups, the shot callers, if you will, use a law enforcement term there, the shot caller, they're all over the world now. So on the fraud side, it used to be somebody sitting on their couch at home, moving loads on their smartphone. Now you've got somebody across the salt, and they're moving loads and diverting drivers. And there's just so many different. If you're looking in the fraud vertical, there's just so many different straight out thefts and scams, and then you have folks that have jumped in that. And this is the thing for your owner operators, these dispatch services of somebody that's really just somebody figured out a way to make, $200 or $300 a load or a day, whatever, and sit home and have drivers call them and they go book loads for them. And there's actually websites that you can just turn your trucks over to now that are run by AI that'll run your trucks around the United States, find the best load and do all the back office billing for you. And there's no vetting. And that's one of the big problems with the fraud is there's just no vetting.
Yeah.
And that's for the owner operator market, they're just being used as pawns. And a lot of times speaking for CargoNet, they're some of our best friends because they'll call us and say, hey, I just picked this load up and this is what the broker or the person saying they're the broker is telling me to do. This doesn't sound right. What should I do? And we're getting that load redirected back to where it needs to go.
I think you just answered this next question for me, but when you're talking about the complexity of this issue and trying to curb the rise, and every time I look at a CargoNet report that comes out, it's up 13%, or it's up 22% across the board, or it just keeps going up, which I think speaks to just how difficult it is to stop these groups from doing what they're doing, whether it's traditional cargo theft, and clearly they're organized because they know what they're targeting, or you talk about the fraud aspect of it, where, again, they may be in jurisdictions where the U.S. can't necessarily touch them. How difficult is it to, curb these things? And I guess also what is being done to do that across the board?
Well, good question. Just think of where the industry would be if we didn't have partners such as ourselves and our insurance partners and a few law enforcement task forces around the United States still working this crime. It would be much worse than it is. So, my glass is 3/4 full here. I think there's hope, but the payback, the return on investment, is tremendous. So that's why we have a lot of new players from all over the world entering the market. From what's being done is a lot of these cases are now being worked by HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, and we're working closely with them, and we conduct search warrants. They conduct search warrants, which they bring us in on. We send people to the search warrants to help them identify product, and they're taking this on as almost like an international crime of protecting the U.S. assets, because there is an impact to the U.S. economy on this. The FBI stretch; they do have originating jurisdiction on it, but Homeland Security has really stepped up their game, and they've done a great job on the regulation and compliance. The FMCSA, the DOT, they're doing things what they can, and obviously you're being in the business you're familiar with what happened in 1980 with deregulation. When they deregulated, they took the guns and badges away. Back in before 1980, if a driver was traveling down the highway and the paperwork didn't line up, there was a DOT officer that might stop them that had a gun and a badge and a car with blue lights on it, and the driver was going to jail and a load was impounded. So there was a fear factor with coloring outside the lines before 1980. And with the emergence of the internet and all those other things that we've got now, the crime has spiraled to the point where it is now. But again, FMCSA, they're doing some things. They're stepping up their game as far as not letting folks transfer DOT numbers. They're having to get a whole new. In the old days, a broker would buy another broker just because they had a low DOT number. A carrier would buy another carrier because they had a 5-digit number versus a number in the millions, because it gave them credibility in the industry. It showed longevity. Where now the FMCSA is going to require them to reapply. You can buy the company, but you're going to have to reapply for a new authority. So they're doing what they can. They're very aware of the problem, but they're limited like everybody else with funds and people and criminal enforcement. Most of these actions are civil wrongs. They're torts. So, I hear all the time people say, well, when are they going to stop this illegal double brokering? Well, it's not illegal. It's perfectly legal to do it. It's only illegal, and we cry wolf when things go wrong, but reputable companies do it all day long. But I do have hope that we're making a dent. We're controlling it. We're herding cats. We're managing the problem, and by collecting the data and providing this information to our clients, they're using our data for cargo theft prevention, predictive analysis, almost like a law enforcement agency would do with their crime analysis unit. So I believe that Verisk is playing a major role here in the prevention of cargo theft.
And I'm curious, I can only assume that a truck driver listening to all this might feel a little discouraged or worried on how, what can they do, especially, owner-operators. I, saw that you were quoted saying that traditional security measures, they're no longer sufficient. What can someone do to ensure that they stay safe and that their cargo stays safe?
Well, we can solve this without them spending any money. It's just an awareness, keeping their head on a swivel, watching their six. So in the old days, my dad owned a trucking company. He was an owner-operator. So he and his brother would travel across country, and when they would travel and they'd pull into a truck stop to spend the night, they'd back their trailers up against each other so no one could get in the back and open the doors. A novel concept. Next time you're traveling down the road, look on the trailers with a plastic seal on the back and see how many doors are locked. There may be a plastic seal on the back, but no lock.
Yeah.
So there's a novel concept. We can start locking the back doors. Back up against a fence, back up against a pole, back up against a berm for your owner-operators, especially like there's a truck stop in Arizona in Lake Havasu where I used to take pictures of it and send it to our clients and say, this is a great place to stop if you back up here. You could back up, and there was like a 50-foot drop-off right behind the trailer doors, so nobody could get in the back of the trailer.
Good luck.
Those things don't cost any money. It's just an awareness, right? It's just an awareness. On the fraud side, your members, the owner-operators, can be aware of blind shipments. And anytime a broker tells you it's a blind shipment, that's when the antenna should be going up, and you should be saying, okay, wait a minute. I heard this on the podcast, on the radio, by the association I belong to. Anytime there's a blind shipment or the broker calls me right after I pick up the load and says, hey, things have changed, stop. Just stop. Call the shipper back and say, this is what I've just been told to do. Is this correct? Call the consignee, the original consignee on the bill of lading. Hey, did you change the routing on this? And remember, a bill of lading is a legal binding contract. It can't be changed or altered. So they're asking the driver when they say, hey, well, we forgot to tell you it's not going here, it's going somewhere else. That driver is breaking the terms of the contract that they signed at the bottom of the bill of lading. They're liable for any changes that they make. They may not realize it, but criminally they're not, unless they're involved in the criminal enterprise. But civilly, they could be held liable for it too when they alter that bill of lading terms. So contact the shipper, contact the consignee. Hey, this is what I'm being told. Call CargoNet. We will be happy to guide them through that process of someone trying to divert that load, misdirect it, and it's just a matter of time before one of these loads gets misdirected, and the owner operator is an innocent pawn in this. And the FBI comes knocking on their door, or Homeland Security comes knocking on their door as the tow truck's seizing their truck outside of their house until they determine, what's going on here with this investigation. So there's a lot at risk for the good owner. And I come from a family of owner operators, so their best interests are in my heart. So I want to make sure that they're protected.
Well, just looking at the sheer numbers too of where the thefts are taking place, number one, at warehouses and distribution centers, number two, at truck stops. That's enough to tell you that there are enough people out there who are not taking those measures. And of course, when you look at the fraud, I think it's a great point too. I think a lot of folks just want to get the load delivered, and those things that come up are annoyances that they just kind of maybe push aside. But they should pay attention to those things and maybe take a beat before they make a decision.
Okay, so there's two parts to your question there.
Yeah.
If you look at the vertical for warehouse thefts, that's where your fraud's being committed. We have to anchor that somewhere. So that's not someone breaking in the warehouse or breaking through the fence and stealing the trailer. Those things are in there,
yeah.
But the lion's share of that is the fraud. We have to, from a jurisdictional, from a venue standpoint, that's where we have to anchor the theft. And then to your point on the utilization lowers your cost per mile. So, the annoyance of doing, I think kind of reading into your question is the annoyance of calling a shipper or calling a consignee or having to deal with a blind shipment. These things, they make the operation more clumsy. I got to stop and I got to call. I got to do this. I got to find somebody on the dock. It's difficult to ask because it's the more miles you put on the truck, the less your cost per mile. You're spreading your fixed cost out. But we've got a serious problem in the industry, and I'd rather be a hero in a scenario than a pawn in a criminal operation.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, great advice across the board, Keith. We really do appreciate it. Before we let you go, real quick, where should people go if they want more information and help from CargoNet?
They can report a theft to us at cargotheft@cargonet.com, or they can call us, and I'll get you the number here, 888-595-2638, 888-595-2638, or you can report a theft to cargotheft@cargonet.com, or our website is just cargonet.com.
There it is, Keith. As I said, great advice. Really do appreciate you and your colleagues keeping an eye on this because it is important. At some point, we'll talk to you about the numbers actually going the other direction.
Yes, hopefully.
Going down. But we'll talk to you either way. We do appreciate it, Keith, and we'll talk to you again soon. We do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Again, that was Keith Lewis of CargoNet. We thank him for his time and the information. Ashley, we get these reports every quarter from
Yeah.
CargoNet. And again, not to make a joking matter of this because it's not funny, but the numbers just keep increasing every time we talk to him. And it's important information. I think it's a good reminder to folks out there that you do have to be thinking about this among all the other things you got to be thinking about.
Yeah, he had some good advice.
Absolutely. Good advice there, as always. And we'll talk to Keith again in the very near future.
Yes.
In the more near future, Ashley, we're going to be talking trafficking, anti-trafficking.
Yes. We're talking about results coming out. CVSA recently released results on their human trafficking effort to get some education out there. We're going to get Kyla Lanier on the line from Truckers Against Trafficking, TAT, to talk about, break down some of those numbers, see how things are looking, and
Also some advice there
exactly
for folks as well, too.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll have that right after the break.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Welcome back. Kyla Lanier joins us now. She is the co-founder and deputy director / senior director of external affairs at TAT. Kyla, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm excited to talk to you today. We recently got results back from the annual Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative. I guess to start off, for those who are unaware of what that is, can you tell me what that is and what it all entails?
Sure. So CVSA began a few years ago a human trafficking awareness initiative where really the focus is for all of the jurisdictions across Canada, the United States, and Mexico to take a week, respectively, either January for the U.S., February in Canada, and March in Mexico, to really saturate the commercial vehicle industry with information about human trafficking. And those dates, those months, correspond with the National Human Trafficking Awareness Month that each country has. And so it's about getting this messaging out there, doing as many presentations on human trafficking as possible, passing out materials in a really coordinated, strategic manner, with obviously the goal to more people having the information, the more calls are made to law enforcement, and the more victims recovered.
Now, CVSA reported that law enforcement personnel in all 50 states, 5 Canadian provinces, and Mexico participated, like you mentioned. I'm curious about Canada. With only 5 participating, I assume you would like to see all the provinces and territories participate, right?
Absolutely. Every year, we really talk to the CVSA lead agency contacts in each of the states, in each of the provinces, and are with our contacts in Mexico to give them ample information ahead of the initiative to make sure that they know that they have free materials that they can be passing out, etc. So, the work has been a little bit slower in Canada, but we did see an increase from last year, both in the United States and in Canada. So we will just keep working on that. This is actually the first year that the U.S. had all 50 states participating. So it's just a work in progress. We just keep pushing towards that total participation.
Wow. Why do you think in Canada it is slower to kind of get that messaging out to, the entire country?
I think TAT has been working within the United States for a much longer time than we've been working in Canada. And so we have partnerships that have been deepened and developed over time that we're still working on in Canada. So I do think that that's part of the slower adoption or slower participation within this movement on this particular cause.
And I mean, obviously, we're in the U.S., so, we hear of it here, but it is happening in Mexico. It is happening in Canada, right?
Absolutely. Human trafficking is happening in every country of the world. It is happening in rural, urban, as well as suburban areas. It's also recruitment is happening online throughout all of North America, but also globally. And so really, with CVSA's focus being on all of North America and TAT's focus being on all of North America, we really would like to see total saturation because we can help close loopholes to traffickers when all of our countries are really working together with that same type of messaging, with the same type of effort. We can cripple their ability to exploit victims. We can cripple their ability to cross the borders, both the northern border as well as the southern border. And we can really, just erect those barriers that are going to make it that much harder.
And I want to go back to that all 50 states participated. I mean, that's a huge deal. I assume that's something that TAT has been wanting for several years now.
Yes, absolutely. When we first started out, I think we had 38 jurisdictions or states participating in the U.S. the very first year, which was still just such a strong showing. And then we've incrementally gone up each year. But to hit 50, that's been the goal from the beginning. And I think it's just the fourth year of the Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative. So to see that jump and for us to hit perfection, now it's just keeping it there and then continuing to see the growth in Canada with more provinces and territories participating. And then Mexico really came in strong. I'll tell you that in Mexico, we were able to do a couple of webinars with all of the inspectors ahead of their Human Trafficking Awareness Initiative. And then they had all of the printed materials for Guardianes del Asfalto, which is the model replication in Mexico. And so they were having conversations with drivers that were coming into all of the licensing agencies, all of the weight stations. And so it was just really exciting to see their coordination around it, their strategy, making sure that their inspectors really understood what human trafficking was so that they could speak and educate those drivers that they were interacting with.
When it comes to numbers, CVSA said more than 41,000 wallet cards were handed out, 17,000 window decals, nearly 2,500 posters. How important is this physical material to have out there and visible?
I think it's extremely important. People always say it takes 5 or 6 times before something really gets in your mind there. You remember it and it becomes important to you. Those physical reminders are key. Right? When you see that poster when you're stopping at a truck stop or rest area, when you have that wallet card in the cab of your truck or in your wallet, when you're flipping through to get your debit card out to buy a drink or a coffee or something, it's just so important. That window decal is extremely important, not just for a reminder for the driver, but also for victims who might be exploited, who are having to go truck to truck to truck. We actually had a story where a victim of trafficking, there were 2 trucks, both from the same company right next to each other, but one had the TAT sticker on it, and that's the one that she knocked on and asked for help. And that driver was able to help charge her phone, gave her a bottle of water, found out what happened, told her about the hotline. And she's like, yeah, I saw that. And so, they called the hotline together and were able to get her safe passage back to her family in another state that she had been separated from. So I just think that physical material is still such an important way to get that message out there, to keep it on people's radars, and just that they have that in a moment of crisis, in a moment where they might actually be seeing human trafficking, they have something that they can go to.
And I mean, obviously that truck driver was trained to know kind of what to look for in that. How important is it? And I assume when it comes to, whether companies get their drivers trained or a driver just goes out on their own, it's not like hours and hours, right? Like if they want to kind of understand what to look for and get some training on human trafficking, where can they get that? And I assume, like I said, it's not a huge commitment.
No, absolutely not. So what I would say first and foremost is we have a free app that's available on Apple and Android phones that people can download. That's going to you can tailor your experience. So if you're an over-the-road driver, you're a local driver, you're a bus driver, whoever it is, they can tailor the experience, and then they're going to get those indicators of trafficking that are tailored to how they might interact with it. So that's right at your fingertips. The app also links you back to our documentary-style video trainings, and those are between 17 and 23 minutes, depending on the industry. So you're under an hour, you have access to it, those indicators pull up, all of that information is right there at your fingertips.
And of course, TAT, Truckers Against Trafficking. I know recently you kind of migrated to just going by TAT, and you mentioned, other industries. That was a big reason for that. Can you talk to me more?
Yeah. So obviously when we started TAT back in 2009, it was all trucking and the trucking industry. And, it was the first industry-specific anti-trafficking focus, like organization. And man, did the U.S. trucking industry just show the world the power of, giving tailored training to a mobile army, essentially. And because of the U.S. trucking industry, other industries began to come to us. Other partners began to come to us and say, can you create something for us? And so that is how we got into the bus industry. So we work with motor coach as well as transit, the school bus transportation, because there's so many kids that are being trafficked by family members. They go to school during the day, but they are being trafficked in the evenings, weekends, holidays. The energy industry came to us. They were already using the truck, the over-the-road training for their drivers that were hauling in and out of energy sites, but they said we also want something for all of the rest of our employees, and so that's where we sort of branched into the energy industry as well. And then we have training for law enforcement, etc. So, and then within the trucking industry, they said we need specialized training for our local drivers, as well as movers and in-home delivery, and so we now have those trainings as well. So again, everything's available on our website, tatnonprofit.org, as well as the app. But really, we just thought because of the example of the trucking industry, we were able to reach other industries because of the example of what they were doing. And so in order to not cause confusion, because there were people that were like, why is it Truckers Against Trafficking if I'm a bus driver, right? We just changed it to the acronym that, people have been using since we started back in 2009, which was TAT.
And did you ever imagine, back then that all these years later it would have grown to what it is?
No. No. I don't think, I will tell you, my family started TAT, and when we started it, we actually didn't know the scope or the scale of the trucking industry when we first began. So we had a major learning curve, and coming alongside members of the trucking industry, both drivers helping me build out our social media in the beginning, going to our first trucking shows, the Great American Trucking Show in Dallas that, back in the day, as well as Matt, really getting to know people, shaking their hands, people coming alongside us saying, it was drivers that told us we needed to get window decals. And so we created them because drivers asked us to. We're always wanting to continue to listen to the industry. What do you need? What works for you? Companies coming alongside. We just had no idea. But again, because of their example, because of the victims that have been recovered out of horrible situations, because of drivers caring and making that call, knowing what they're seeing and making that call on their behalf, it's these other industries that have said, wow, we want to follow that example. So I did not realize it would grow to this degree. I wouldn't have dreamt it, but I am so thrilled to be a part of it.
And you said it was your family that started TAT?
Yes.
What prompted that? Like, where did the idea come from? How did it start?
So my mom, there's 4 of us daughters. My mom sent a book to us, each one of us, and said, read this book back in 2007. And I know you don't know my mom, but like when she tells you to do something, you sort of do it. So we read the book, and it was called Not for Sale by David Batstone. And it was this overview book on human trafficking, global domestic labor and sex trafficking. And we all read the book, and I think we were just stunned, right? Like that slavery still existed. We knew there was injustice. We knew there were horrible things, but like this was not mainstream in 2007. People weren't really talking about that here in the United States. And it just like really opened our eyes. Like, oh my gosh, now that we know that slavery still exists, like we need to do something about it. And so we started our first nonprofit. We had a conference call because we all lived in different places. And we started our first organization, and we had the very doable goal of ending human exploitation worldwide because, you got to start small. So as we were learning and studying the crime and how it manifested and all of those things, we were like, what's not being done and what can we do? And my mom, whose parents ran a motel in El Paso, Texas, when she was growing up, she said, truck drivers were their main clientele that were coming through El Paso. And she said, who we should get are truck drivers. They're good guys. If they knew what was happening and they knew what it was, they'd do something about it. And out of that, TAT was born, first as an initiative of our first organization. But by 2011, all we were doing all the time was TAT. It's just nonstop TAT. And so we disbanded the first nonprofit, and TAT became its own 501c3 in 2011 based on that simple idea.
Wow, that is incredible. Are you and your sisters all still involved?
My sister, Candace Paris, was our original executive director. She served for about 10 years, and then she left to pursue other opportunities. A couple of my sisters help out financially. They support TAT. And then my mom still writes all of our publications.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm curious, how difficult has it been over the years, in doing this? I'm sure you have heard some horrific stories. How have you, dealt with that? And I assume that's probably acted more of as like a springboard to, keep with this fight.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie and say that it doesn't get to you sometimes, right? I've worked with survivors. We have survivors that we work with on our team, in our advisory council, on just any projects that come up. Like whenever we're creating materials or trainings, we always, have paid consultations with survivor leaders and stuff. I've heard a lot of stories. I've read a lot of books, both by survivors as well as allies that have written about the crime. It's brutal, and it takes a toll on your psyche. So I think, it's important. I try to focus on a lot of the good things. I think all of us do, try to just find the joy in the simple things, take up an activity, whether it's just walking outdoors, hiking, archery, whatever it is. I mean, you got to have a moment where you're not thinking about the darkest of places. And I don't know if you follow us on social media, but I used to run all of our social media for years and years, and just putting all of that darkness out there all the time in a way to educate. But like all of that stuff, I started on Sundays way back when, just putting up pretty pictures on Sunday and just being like, remember that there's also a lot of beauty. And I think that that's what we always come back to is there's more good people in the world than bad. And so we focus on the good as well. And that really is sort of that focus of TAT as well as everyday heroes, right? There are people that will stand in the gap and do the right thing. So hearing the horrible stories, it's motivating to get out there and counteract that, to really say, I'm going to do my part. I always say human trafficking is an everywhere problem. So it's an everybody solution. And, we just have that role to play.
Wow. I've reported on your organization for a few years now, and I guess I never, looked into how it started. So I'm glad you shared that with me. If anybody listening does want more information, where can they go for that?
You guys can go to our website. It's very easy to navigate. It's tatnonprofit.org. Also, that app, you could just download it, Truckers Against Trafficking or TAT, on either Android or Apple phones. It's there and available. There's tons of information there. We're also on social media, LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. So if you just want sort of like what's happening, etc. And then, of course, you can always write us at info@tatnonprofit.org to get on our newsletter, and that's a monthly newsletter, and then you'll sort of know, we always try to put a few headlines for the month about human trafficking, but you'll be able to keep up with where we're at. We have like the calendar for the next month's activities, so if you're ever around and can participate in one of the events that we're doing, we'd love to have you. So there's lots of different ways to get involved.
Awesome. Kyla, thank you so much for speaking with me and all the hard work that you put in.
Well, thank you, and thank you to all of the owner-operators out there and small trucking businesses. Thank you for keeping us all moving and keeping us stocked and ready to go. We appreciate you.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit HowsProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
And we're back. Great conversation with
Yes.
Kyla Lanier. I thought it was interesting. I'm always, curious. I should ask more. How these organizations get started, you just kind of assume.
Yeah, there's usually a personal connection to the issue.
Which is, and hers was interesting. It was, kind of shows the power of a book and the power of listening to your mother. And she did both of those things. And I mean, that's,
We should all do more of both of those.
Yeah.
Right? More reading and more listening to our mothers.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's especially interesting too when someone gets involved in an organization like this that is trying to do so much good and trying to tamp down such an evil and horrible thing that's out there as well. So very commendable. We thank her for her work on this important issue, and everybody out there, do what you can to to push back as well. Let's get to some business here, Ashley, before we close things out today. We haven't talked about Marty Ellis for a while, the man who drives the OOIDA tour truck, the spirit of the American trucker. He is out and about today and tomorrow. He's at the Riggs on Route 66 truck show. That's in Miami, Oklahoma. Looks like a pretty good time there. They've got a lot going on with live music and food. All on Main Street there in Miami, also known as Route 66. Proceeds from that event go to the Children's Advocacy Center of Ottawa County. So go to the show if you can, if you're in the area. And, of course, say hi to Marty. He'll be in the tour truck. Always happy to talk to him, or he's always happy to talk to people.
Yeah.
People are happy to talk to him, too.
Great guy.
But, yeah. Go in and see what's going on there and talk to Marty. Yeah. Let's look ahead to next week, Ashley. We've got a few things coming up. Doug Smith, OIDA board member. We always enjoy talking to him.
Yeah, he's got quite the resume, so I'm excited to sit down and chat with him. And he's been, I think, over 50 years.
50 years. He's been on television. Yeah. He's a celebrity, maybe, in some circles as well.
My first introduction to him was watching him on
A&E Shipping Wars. Shipping Wars, right? Yeah, for sure. We'll talk to him about that. We're also going to get Louis Pugh of OIDA in here as well. As we have reported, he was in Washington, D.C. this week, talking to lawmakers on Capitol Hill, trying to get them on board with a number of pro-trucker issues, fresh off the heels of that DOT initiative that pushed those 9 things that they put out as well. So using that momentum to see what else they can get done there, and we'll talk to Louis about that. And then Landline Magazine, our friends downstairs on the first floor here, have another issue coming out, as they often do. We'll talk to them. We'll get them in here to talk about what's going on. That's usually a pretty wide-ranging conversation.
Array of topics, but super educational, super helpful.
Yeah, for sure. We'll talk to him about that as well. And then what else we got? A Senate committee voting on a number of nominations from the Trump administration next week as well. We'll cover that. Derek Barr is the nominee for administrator of FMCSA. We'll have his nomination voted on. He did go through that nomination hearing recently. I think all expectations are that his nomination is going to get enough votes here to move on to the full Senate for a vote. Yeah. So we could soon have a Senate-confirmed leader of the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. So we'll have that coverage as well. The couple other NHTSA, PHMSA, a couple other nominees are up for a vote there in that committee too. So lots to talk about next week as we kind of head into the weekend here. Any big weekend plans, Ashley?
Packing up to go camping.
Camping?
Yeah, we're a camping family. With a RV.
And as a person who doesn't do a lot of camping, You go camping in like July and August?
I know. It is unhinged, as the kids would say. It is so freaking hot.
There's nothing you can do either. You can jump in the lake.
No, we used to camp in Maine, obviously. That was beautiful. We'd go to the beach. Moved here, doing it at the same time. It's a whole other...
Well, and we're in Kansas City, and it's not just hot. It's the humidity that will really get you. And the bugs. You can tell I'm not a camper.
Yeah. And I'm pumped.
You're pumped. That's good.
Yeah,
and the kids like it?
The kids love it.
Kids love it.
Absolutely.
All right.
So, no, it's a good time.
Well, I will not be joining you, which is probably a good thing for you. But anyway, Ashley will enjoy some camping. I will enjoy staying inside the air conditioning, and we'll all be happy.
Exactly.
That's another edition of Trucking with OIDA on this Friday. We'll see you again next week. Take care. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.